The game is still in development. Oh, there should be music. Hello, Emily S. How are you? I'm gonna play a little bit of this to warm up with everybody, and then we're gonna jump into your favorite thing, which is politics, depressing politics. Isn't that right, Emily S? Isn't that like what you like the most? I am pretty okay. I just walked Fido. I wanted to start stream earlier, but Fido said, no, you have to walk me first. And I was like, maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Well, no, there's no maybe I don't. It's just, I do. There's no maybe about it. Ever. Do or don't do. There is no try. And it's an illusion of choice. There's only do. There is no not do. So hold it. I'm supposed to... It's not finished yet? Really? Okay then. Alright, it's going well. Oof. What a game, huh? What a relaxing little game. That reminds me of the Settlers. Wait, hold on. Why are there 0 unassigned families again? Oh, yay. Foy, oi. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a storehouse. Oh my god. Okay. Where am I building houses? Um... Hello, Greater Rain. How are you? Oh, hello, Lettuce. Hello, hello. I'm getting more families to farm. 28th of March. We're gonna do this a little bit and then we're jumping into... Did you know that Mensen... No kindergarten? There's gonna be some kindergarten. It's in this. It's on the thumbnail to the stream. There's gonna be some kindergarten today. Do you know that Mensen has announced who he's gonna endorse? Which means that I'm doing another translating thing. Because he put up a whole video about it. Guess I'm just a live translation streamer now. Yes, that's my job now. To live translate stuff. Okay, so how do I assign an ox? Should he hinder Trzaskowski? Well, apparently not necessarily. How do I assign an ox to this farmhouse? Is my question to you. The livestock tab? That's the livestock tab. So what do I do here? Oh wait, hold on. You mean here, yeah? Okay. So I need one. And then I can also assign a family here. Wheat, barley, Hello, William Nadeau. Maybe you have to click on the aux? No. But thank you. I don't have to click on the aux. I have to on the here. How are you, William Nadeau? Welcome to this chill non-drama stream. No drama here. Unless you donate. Then maybe I will do the drama. You know? Okay, it seems like I messed up. I'm not gonna load. I'm gonna get a blanket. Okay, so who are the major players at this point so I can try to pay attention better? You have the same voice, obviously, when you translate each speaker, so it blends together in my ear. Yes, Manson, yes. Yeah. Well, I have 2 auxes, so it's okay for now. Yeah, it is a nice cozy game. It's a nice cozy stream while we're at it. I have to take hormones as well. Thank you for reminding me that I have to take my HRT. Yes. Many people are saying this. Okay, I'm gonna get a blanket. I'm gonna take hormones. We're gonna watch Manson. There's not gonna be more than 1 speaker on the video that I'm gonna translate. It's only gonna be Manson speaking. Chodź, Fajdo, no. No tak. No tak, Fajdo, chodź. Was your voice resonant today? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by resonant? Do you mean like... Okay, I don't know what you mean. Okay. Alright. Maybe it's because I napped for once. During the day and during the... you know? Okay, I have to not make a mistake. I screwed up and I assigned all of my families. And I have to not do that. This game has pretty nice music, doesn't it? I'm just gonna patiently wait for things to develop. Look at those people working out those vegetables. Peasants, okay? I'm not gonna say slaves, I'm gonna say peasants. Look at that farm woman. It has depth to it that at first made me think maybe you need water, but in a good way. I'm not making any sense. Oh. It's okay. I have depth because I'm a deep character. I'm a deep character in this joint streamer universe. Construction finished. Oh. Wait. Oh. Wait, what was finished? We have a large storehouse now. Also, harvesting is only in September. Yeah. You know what? We can live with that. highest priority. Look at what's happening. We have such a huge storehouse here now. Beautiful. Beautiful life. Oh yeah, I almost forgot we were fishing. I can micromanage it by clicking early harvest on a field. Oh yeah, that's true, yeah. Or I can burn the fields like a proper person. Right. I need to do more segments. Also, thank you for your very nice comment. I assume it wasn't sarcasm. I'm gonna be positive, and I will assume that your comment about the translation was not sarcasm and just a nice comment. It wasn't sarcastic, right? Boyer's shop. Okay, the Boyer's shop is ready. We're gonna invest in no, it wasn't sarcasm, just imitating Trump speak. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna build bows now. We can build bows now. And that means that also, technically speaking, I can, with time, start hiring bowmen. What comment? Under my new video. I uploaded a video and I received comment. You must lock in and comment and like the videos on the channel. Look at this ox. Look at it. I have to speak faster. I need to train myself to speak faster. I think that part of my failure as a streamer is the fact that I speak so slow. I've gotten used to speaking so slow that it's just my second nature, but I feel like I take too much to say things. Do you not agree? Agree? Disagree? For your militia, I'd recommend crossbows. I need to start producing metal parts. Also, my dog is being crazy again. So I need a blacksmith's workshop to start producing crossbows. Fido! 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 Chodź, Fido! Fido! I'm gonna pause the game. Fido! Chodź, Fido! Fido! What is he doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is he doing? Fido! Chodź! Fido! Chodź! Przestań. Chodź. Chodź, Fido. Chodź means come here. Chodź means come here. Alright. We're going to be mentioning with Slavomir Mensen. Almost ready. Wait, where am I building those houses? Okay, that's good for now. It's the 28th of March. So we are where we last were. Should be making bows soon. I'm not sure how long it takes to produce bows, but bowing. Alright, livestock, ox. So if I set an ox, the ox will plow it, right? Got it. Alright. I don't see them plowing. Shouldn't it be visually visible, them plowing with the ox? Oh, wait, hold on. I should be able to see it. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Yeah, it has pretty good graphics. Look at that lady. Work that ox. Where's she going? Wow. Like a machine. Look at her. Oh my gosh, that is actually pretty fast. Wow. It took so much longer with just people, but with an ox. I should get an additional ox station. Look at this. Oh my god, my dog is scratching the floor again. I have no idea what he wants. Why would you want to scratch the floor? Is he trying to dig into Narnia? I have no idea why I said Narnia. Chodź. Fajdo, chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Why is he digging the floor? Hello, fancy Philippe Auguste. Are we gonna get a raid tonight? We're gonna get like a big, nice raid. Okay, I have to speak faster. I have to become a fast speaker. The fastest in the west or east or central city. I have to become the fastest speaker in Central Europe. Alright, I'm ready. I'm prepared. Dr. Johns is betraying us. I can feel the betrayal by Dr. Johns. Okay, look. We're gonna narrate everything that's happening on the field. Look at that lady. Work the field, lady. Wow. Look at her. She's so fast. Wait a minute. How much percentage? What is this guy doing? Oh, plowing by hand. Oh, they're additionally plowing. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so... Oh, 69 vegetables. Wow, I'm getting a lot. Ooh, wait a minute. I've got actually enough. Excellent. Now we will have apples. Things are good. Things are good indeed. And now... bows? We got 4 war bows. So we'll be able to start selling bows soon. Once we get an extra family, we'll be able to make a blacksmith, and then we'll be able to do crossbows. Gonna have so much food from the wheats and the things. Also, we're gonna have to start brewing Yale University. Spring, April 9th. Hello, Incub. How are you? You're white. Please don't be white. Please refrain from being white. Look at that lady, Incub. Look at that lady working the field. Can you feel it? Can you feel the lady working the field? Incub, I have to... Hodge. Hodge. It's a Polish sound. J. It's similar to the word, to the sound when you say the word job. I know, I also just bought new glasses so I can cure my whiteness. Aw. Yeah. Hodge. Hodge. More or less, yeah. Oh, you bought new glasses. Did Fido eat your glasses? Glasses are crazy expensive. I know. That's why it was so unfortunate when Fido ate mine, you know? Because they're crazy. Oh, your vision dropped again. My vision actually staying consistently the same. On themselves to legally blind. I don't know why, but I said legacy blind. That makes no sense to be legacy blind. Leave it to me to say something silly, right? Isn't that right? Wait, don't I have... We're all a bit silly. Yeah, Lettuce is at work. That's why. Lettuce is supporting me from the workforce. The forbidden chat. True. We should get more people. Have you been recommending my stream to your friends, colleagues, and family? Yeah, but you know, you're not visible on screen. So it's not as good. So is Manor Lords a Polish game? Yes, it is, actually. It's a Polish game. Made by Polish people. People. Made by Polish people. Isn't that cool? That Polish people would make such a cool game. Look, we are 76% plow progress. Isn't that great? Hodge, I told you, come here. It means come here. Wait a minute, I was supposed to take my hormones. It means come to me, come here. I've told you the first time you asked. Alright. That's pretty cool, better than the game made by Instytut Pamięci Narodowej. I mean, to be fair, the IPN game is receiving good reviews on Steam, so maybe it's not that bad. And it's free, so maybe we'll play it. Listen, I know, I need a reminder because I forget things. Oh, well, we're the same in that regard. Like, listen, maybe the Institute is a little bit flawed. A little bit. But maybe the game was made by a team of passionate developers that just wanted to make a good game. We'll play it on stream and we're gonna judge it. And now in addition to my beautiful voice, in addition to the beautiful soundtrack of this game, you got the symphonia of dog barking. Because we all like dogs here. We're all dog friendly, apart from Greater Rain. Greater Rain hates dogs. So wait, so are the other words you say to fighter? I also tell him to sit. There are free games from that publisher and the reviews are mixed. Yeah, Symphony of the Night. Shot is sit. Okay, it's plowed, basically. Shot. Not shot. Shot. Yeah. But don't mistake with the word shat, you know, as it took a shit. It sounds a bit different. Just in case you were thinking, oh my gosh, it sounds like the word for shitting. But it's not. It's not the word for shitting. Just saying. I want to be thorough with this. Shat. Shat is took a shit. Shat is shadai. Like it's not sh. It's not sh. It's sh. No, it's one. They're different sounds. It's whatever. It's okay. You don't have to trust me. I know you don't trust me. Got so many vegetables, you know. Okay, so yeah. Oh, I'm gonna need iron. Wow, it's gonna be so cool. Okay, we're getting our farms in order. Look at this poor guy plowing by hand when the ox is just going crazy. Oh my god, the ox is going crazy. You know what? No, 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 no. This is crazy. Yeah, I think so. I don't know how to describe it in a technical mouth way, but yes. You know, I think you're correct. On all counts. I think you're always correct. Because you're a regular viewer of this stream. I'm not sure if Philippe Auguste is here, but I've been DMing with Vegcom. Look at this ox. Oh yeah, I think I built a thing here somewhere. I could have sworn I built a thing here somewhere. Huh. Hold on, I could have sworn I built an additional... There we go. This year invests me with a lot of power. What do you mean? What are you saying? Where's the ox? Yeah, of course. Oh wait, hold on. Where's the other ox? Yeah, there's gonna be fast plowing. Look at that, look at that. 70% plowed. 23% plowed. Why is... I think their movement is glitching. I might be wrong, but I feel like their movement is glitching up a bit. What do you think? Do you think their movement is glitching? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so fast. Oh, sorry, Greater It. I'm on mobile at work, so no sight today. Look at that. Look at how fast it's being plowed by the animals. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Crazy efficiency. You've never seen anything like it. It's the best farming machine in the universe. The graphics are glitching a bit. When you speed it up, it's like, it's crazy. 50% plowing. 99%. So it's almost ready to be sown. All 3 fields are ready to be sown. Right above the plow perk, you have the bakery perk. You mean produces bread from flour of twice the efficiency of the communal oven? Oh yeah, I think I took it. I think I took that once when I played. Okay, that's done. And that's... We're gonna be done soon. Huh. I can almost free up the oxes. I'm gonna say if I hate dogs, like you say. I had some bad experiences though. Yeah, I've got good experiences apart from the one dog that bit part of my ear off. I'm not a dog person either. Oh, because she was an aggressive dog. It's a long story. My parents raised that dog horribly. Which, you know, my parents were not... if my parents were not good with people, with children, then it was expected that they would not be perfect for raising a dog from a little puppy, okay? I like dogs. I like dogs as well. I also like cats. There should be like this little chunk. Or maybe it grew back. I don't know. I feel like I have a little bit of a piece of an ear missing. Yeah, my dog has behaved well, sort of. I called a trainer today, which is gonna cost additional money, of course. A session with a dog trainer costs $50. Alright, we can call off the livestock. Thank you, it's all plowed. Ooh, 100% sowing. 100% sowing. So now all they need to do is sow here. Perfect. Can I call off the families once the sowing is complete? Yeah, for a private session. $50 for a private 101 session with a trainer and a dog. It's Poland! Listen, it's Poland. Everything will be cheaper. The big money is when you sow in autumn after harvest. So I can keep the same crops, right? Okay, new family. Oh yeah, I have to. Oh well, I mean, I don't think I have to build it that soon. It'll take months before anything grows, right? Do I have to keep... Do I have to keep... I think I've asked you this before, but... Do I have to build... I think I've asked you this, but do I have to keep the families in here if they're not, if it's all growing? Okay. I don't have any wheat yet. I don't. Okay, I can build then. I have three families, so I can build. A windmill. Also, I think... What do I need? Oh. Okay, once I upgrade this, I'll have... Okay, I'll be able to upgrade soon. Yeah, but we're gonna make the bakery. %3 growth. 12% growth. Oh wow. 7% growth. If you take that perk, then turn a burger's plant into a bakery. Back when we sent Pepper to a trainer, she stayed with the trainer for like a week, and we had to also learn a bunch of specific ways to handle the dog. Oh, I think... Okay, the way it works here in Poland, that you have to... Like, you didn't just give away your dog for training. You have to go to the training place with the dog, and you have to train with the dog, okay? You have training sessions. I'm pretty sure you have to be present for those training sessions, and you have to train together with the dog. You have to train how to... You have to train how to make the dog behave, I think so. I think that's how the training works. The dog trains, but also you train. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that you're also being trained. You have to know how to... Like, if only the dog is trained, then how would you know how to make the dog obey you if you don't, you know? You have to know how to act around the dog. So you sort of receive training as well. You have to be a dogster, popster. What a silly chill stream this is. Like, the trainer said that they will teach me how to make the dog come to me when I call by... Actually, Fido listens to me a Like, majority of the time when I call him, he will come to me, especially when we're outdoors. He will always come to me when I call him. How is Stinky Lucy? As smelly as always, of course. You're white, fake Alec Kyle Parker. What's up with that? You of all people should not be white. Exactly. I'm poor. You tell me that you're at work every day. Well, I'm poor as well. Look, we have apples. I'm poorer, I bet. Okay, we've got a lot of... Oh, we need to build a tavern. We should build a tavern, actually. I'm gonna build a tavern. That's a good idea. I'm gonna build a tavern. That's a thing. I don't get it. Oh! I was like, I don't get it. Why am I not leveling up? Okay, I took the perk. What? What do you mean? Wow, it's growing fast. I'm very excited for what's about to happen. Alright. We're gonna turn it into a bakery once we have... Hey, we have 3 oxes and free families. So... Things should be going smoothly. Oh my gosh, there's so much forest. Lucy, tell me a happy story about your parents. Really? Really? You want a happy story about my parents? Okay, I'll tell you a happy story about my parents. So, there was this one time when my parents left me with friends because they both went abroad. They left me with friends for a few weeks. They went abroad to do something. I was very small. My brother was very small as well. And we were just spending time at these friends' place, behaving like little brats and playing with their cat and doing mischief. And my parents were on a highway. My father fell asleep at the wheel and my mom fell asleep next to him, okay? And while speeding on a highway. And then they managed to wake up just before they were about to crash and die. There you go. If that's not If that's not a happy story, then I don't know what is. It's a real story as well, by the way. I'm not making it up. So if that's not a happy story, then I don't know what is. It had a happy ending, so that counts as happy. I did not become an orphan. That's happy, right? One time, due to my untreated sleep apnea, I fell asleep at the wheel and almost I don't call it with a semi-track going on. See? So you can relate to my cute little family story, right? You can relate. Avoiding giant tragedy isn't really a happy thing, you know. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have any other happy stories. Apologies, okay? I can't remember any nice happy stories about my parents. Other than that. That's my happy story. Look, we have apples now. Are they? Oh wow, yeah, I can see the little apple trees. Can you? Oh my gosh, you can see the little apples here. You look, the green little apples. That's so cute. Oh, and you can, some of them are red already. Like, you should get a C-pack. Why would you want a C-pack? What else can I build? We can actually build a sheep farm. It's worth having a sheep farm, right? Lettuce. Is it worth having a sheep farm in this game? You already have a C-pack? Yeah, but first you need a bunch of stuff. I think I have at least a few stuff. Okay, we're gonna have to build oh yeah, oh definitely we need, oh yes, I completely forgot. I forgot about the most important thing. We need a mine. Yes, we need to build a mine. An iron mine. Alright, beautiful. I feel like we're making some progress finally in this game. We're gonna be doing iron parts and then we're gonna do crossbows, and those crossbows are gonna go to the brave crossbowmen of the land. Oh yeah, true. But we have like 123 bucks because we're making money now. We're making good money now. Okay, we're gonna work on the sheep at some point. Once we're close to... Construction finished windmill. Okay, we're gonna get people on the windmill once we have stuff. Meathead. Seasonal. What else is happening? I've been receiving so many nice words from a fellow streamer that I've been raiding regularly. It's been nice. I've taken my stuff, right? I'm pretty sure I've taken my stuff. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to... okay, we're gonna do just a little bit more and then we're gonna jump into Mensen. Your favorite politician, Mensen. We've translated his 2 conversations with the running candidates. Then we've translated a debate and now we're going to translate Mensen's little rant about who he will endorse. I cannot wait. Will you ever play Forest again? Yes, maybe over the weekend we will play some Forest together like a family. My dad has sleep apnea but doesn't address it, so he falls asleep behind the wheel. Oh. Wait, what is a sleep apnea? We've only got food for 6 months, that's not good. Apnea. Wait a minute. Have we gotten it done? Well, almost. What are those families doing? Alright, we're making steady money. This habit is sleeping disorder where and your breathing is obstructed during the rest and so you wake up constantly to get air. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Of course he was. We're gonna be talking about Ukraine a little bit. A little bit we're going to be talking about a horse. Alright, tavern is almost ready. That's good because we're building that little barley thing. Yay. Taverns don't produce ale, right? I'm gonna have to build alers at the housing, right? Yes, Mensen, my Alpha King. That's right. That's right, Philippe Auguste. Mensen is indeed your Alpha King. And Queen. Alright. Oh yeah, I have to build a malt house. It has to be near the... A malt house has to be near the... where is it? Yeah, I'm gonna build it here near the barley farm. Yeah? You want me to build it right next to the... You want me to build the malt house next to the... Next to the large storehouse? Next to the granary? Okay, I build it. But I'm pretty sure windmill has to be near the farm. He's everything. Okay, we're gonna watch the Mensen thing soon then. I have no choice. I have to watch the thing soon. What about other games? What do you mean other games? What are you asking me? I still have a lot of space in the granary though. Okay, we have to build some stuff. We have to build... There you go. I mean, are you playing another game before politics, or just diving into politics after Manor Lords? We're gonna do one politic after Manor Lords, then we're gonna do kindergarten, and then we're gonna do another politic. That's my plan for tonight. We're gonna be playing till next month. In game, not in real life. 27% crop. Yes. Summer. A sweet summer child. Ale 0. We have to create ailers, but that's something for the future. Good luck, Greater Rain's dad. Good luck. How did you like my happy story, Greater Rain? Did you like my happy story about how my parents did not die? Was that enjoyable? The story was stressful. Wait, what? It was a happy story. What do you mean? How can you say that? It's outrageous. It's unfair. Oh, we have to continue playing KOTOR while we're at it. While we're doing games. Game talk. There's so many games, so little time. And I have to do politics. And I have to gather funds for Ukraine. I have to write articles. So little time, so lots of things. And I have to start speaking faster because I'm a slow speaker and you get bored. I lose you, okay? I lose you with my BS slow speech. Do I speak too slow? Be honest. Be honest with me. Do I speak way too slow? Am I way too slow a speaker for your liking? No? Oh. I always thought I was speaking too slow. The speaking speed is fine to me. Are you sure? 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 Alright. Maybe a little bit you're translating on the fly. No, I mean not when I don't mean when I translate. I mean in general. I mean in general my speech speed. Like in general on stream, do I speak too slow? I feel sometimes when I listen back to my streams, I'm like, I speak so slow. Especially compared to other streamers. You know? I'm like, I feel so slow, sluggish, almost. I feel like you should be speaking faster. Faster, 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 faster. I don't know, everybody's different. Yeah, I know everybody's different, but I'm afraid that if I speak too slow, people will be like, oh my god, this person takes forever to say anything. We're just gonna click off, you know? You know what I mean? You understand my worry? I understand my struggle. Okay, we can also almost start making crossbows. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of stone. Is my worry unwarranted? Or no? What month can I start growing crops? I don't think I'll be able to make sowing in autumn this year. Alright, let's see. Yeah, but I have to make ale to be able to upgrade to level 3. Right? Because look, it's still like tavern supply. So I need to start creating ale in order to be able to upgrade to level 3. Okay, that's almost complete. 34%. Wait, till when can I? When do I have to? Till when do I have time to? How much time do I have till for the crop to grow? What month? Smithy is finished. I don't think we'll be able to get a full. I think we're gonna have to do an early harvest. Because it's only 36%. Days left to harvest. 7 days left to harvest. Wait, if it's only a couple of days left to harvest, then I'll be able to do the autumn sowing. I think I can still manage the autumn sowing. Six days to harvest. So once it's harvest, I'll have to assign families, right? To harvest. And oxes, right? I'm gonna save the game. And then we're gonna do live translating again. Which might take up a lot. And it's gonna be fine. More fields. I still feel like you speak too slow. You know? A slow poke. Slow poke. Oh yeah. Bloomery. All right. Oh, we've got a lot of fuel. My goodness. 50 war bows. I think we can start selling bows now. Okay, it's time for... Do I have to do crop rotation? Yield 8, yield 24. And then we'll have to do... Right. Wait, what? What the hell? Did I not? Oh, I didn't have get a family yet. That's weird. I'm not building anything right now. Do oxes help in harvesting or not? Bakery. Oh yeah, we have to start selling. Trade. Weapons. War bows. Open trade route. Export. Okay. It's okay. I understand. Alright, we're gonna overwrite and then we're gonna... Just a bit more and we're gonna do the thing, okay? Yes, success help carry. Okay, that's good. I assigned Oxus, so... I did assign Oxus to the field, so that feels good. All right. We so need more stuff. Ugh. Whoa. What is this? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That's better. Alright. We've got a lot of stuff now. So what we need is a baker. We got flour. Almost. Wheat. Got flax. You got barley. Alright, perfect. And now they will saw. A very fast process, I believe. With 3 oxen. With 3 oxen, this is gonna be like very fast. Or with 2 oxen, actually. What is he doing? Did it bug out? Oh, new family. $11, $27. Okay, I'm gonna start seeing bread. And now? It is time to do this. $57%. Oh, we're making big money. $50%. 64. 21. Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good. For the sake of the land. We're plowing, mowing. Ooh, look at these apples. Look at these apples. Uh-oh. We need more housing. There's a incoming housing crisis. Alright. This is fine. Uh, 90%. 86%. Oh my goodness. Alright, almost done. Winter is approaching. Um, why am I not getting any flour? Oh. Let me see. Okay, 100%. Alright. We're getting good harvests. Unfortunately, things are a bit... 6%, 100%, so 89, 84. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on, we're making a quick save. Okay, we're done for today. This game is addictive. Addicting game. Quit game. Alright. Let's do the Manson thing. It's gonna take us a while anyway. It's gonna be a wild translation. This is going to be a thing. Till Sunday. We're gonna be doing these election things on Sunday. And then I'm gonna either celebrate or cry. Prepare yourselves. Prepare for me to either cry or celebrate. I cried when Kamala lost. Well, you're gonna see me cry when Trzaskowski loses. Alright, let's see. Oh, there we go. 1.4 million views.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Alright, let's watch it. Do you think Mansur will support PiS or Lib candidate? It's hard to say. We're gonna see. The video's 42 minutes! Why does he have to take 42 minutes to tell us who he's gonna... Oh my god, this is gonna be painful, isn't it? Alright. I'm gonna be an expert... I'm gonna be an expert interpreter by the end of this election, that's for sure. I'm getting ample of practice when it comes to this. When it comes to this little election, I'm getting a lot of practice. Age of Empire, Qatar, layout. Webcam, Polish, where is the browser? There you go, browser. Listen, Mr. Manson. Listen here, Mr. Manson. Boom. Who will I support? Mr. Trzaskowski or Mr. Nawrocki? Mr. Gangster or Mr. Liberal? Ready? How many people do we even have? 9 solid viewers. Why is YouTube thinking that I'm playing Clash of Clans? YouTube sucks at this. YouTube sucks at detecting what game is being played. Okay, that's ridiculous. Only 6 likes. Okay, we have a solid audience. We have a solid viewer base for this amazing translation. Alright, let's go.
Za nami 2 rozmowy z kandydatami, którzy weszli do drugiej tury, więc przyszedł czas na podsumowanie obydwu rozmów, na moją ocenę obydwu.
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up. I'm not doing this. Okay, I'm not doing this on normal speed. I cannot.
Kandydatów. Wszystko zaczęło się tydzień temu, we wtorek, kiedy rano opublikowałem filmik, w którym powiedziałem, że zapraszam obydwu kandydatów, i Karola Nawrockiego, i Rafała Trzaskowskiego, do tego, żeby przyjechali do mnie tutaj, do Torunia, i porozmawiali po to, żeby mieli możliwość przedstawienia się moim wyborcom, widzom mojego kanału na YouTube, żeby mieli możliwość przekonania Was do głosowania na siebie.
So yes, what he just said, because people say that I translate every single word, so I decided to go with sentences. So what he said, he basically is, we have just finished both conversations with Nawrocki as well as Trzaskowski. The time has come for me to do a little summary of both candidates, what I think about them, and it all started a week ago after the first round of the election. I took third place, and so I told both candidates that took place, first place and second place, come to me to Toruń, to my little YouTube studio, have a chat with me, and persuade my voters that you're the right choice.
Przyznaję, że na początku zakładałem, że albo nie zgodzi się żaden z tych dwóch kandydatów, ewentualnie, że zgodzi się Karol Nawrocki. To, że na rozmowę przyjechał Rafał Trzaskowski, muszę powiedzieć, że mnie zaskoczyło. Nie spodziewałem się takiej reakcji z jego sztabu. On wcześniej często unikał tego rodzaju rozmów, wywiadów, unikał debat, w związku z czym to było dla mnie pozytywne zaskoczenie.
Okay, so I must admit that at first I either didn't expect either of them to come to my show. I expected maybe Karol Nawrocki to come to my show. I 100% did not expect Trzaskowski to come. Usually he tended to avoid debates, meetings, and appearances like this. And this has been a positive surprise for me.
I dzięki temu mieliśmy aż dwie rozmowy. Pierwszy pojawił się tutaj Karol Nawrocki. To była czwartek, godzina 13. Już raz o tym mówiłem, to jego sztab zaproponował ten termin, czyli przed piątkową debatą. To jego sztab zaproponował nie najlepszą w sumie godzinę.
Thanks to that, we have two conversations. The first person that appeared on my show was Karol Nawrocki. Thursday, 1 p.m. His team decided on that time. It was not the best time, but you know, it is what it is.
Rozmowa z Karolem Nawrockim była, jak pewnie widzieliście, wyjątkowo niekonfrontacyjna. To znaczy przyjął taką taktykę, żeby spróbować pokazać odbiorcom, widzom tej rozmowy, że ma poglądy bardzo zbliżone do moich. Którego tematu bym nie zaczął, to Karol Nawrocki stwierdzał, że się ze mną zgadza. Było to widać od samego początku rozmowy, kiedy zadałem te 5 pytań, tak czy nie. On w ciągu tych 5 pytań zdążył się odciąć od w zasadzie całej polityki PiS-u przez te 8 lat. Zielony Ład? Błąd. Przyjęcie setek tysięcy muzułmańskich migrantów? Błąd. Piątka dla zwierząt? Błąd. To znaczy PiS w każdej z tych spraw, jeszcze chyba stosunek PiS-u też do zamykania gospodarki, w każdej z tych spraw przyznawał, że to my mieliśmy rację, a PiS oczywiście się mylił. Więc pierwsze, nie wiem, 2, 3, 4 minuty rozmowy i Karol Nawrocki odcina się od 8 lat rządów Prawa i Sprawiedliwości. Okazuje się, że jego pogląd na tę sprawę jest zupełnie inny niż PiS i że on nie jest członkiem PiS-u, on jest tylko kandydatem obywatelskim, którego PiS popiera, ale wiecie, on z tym PiS-em to do końca się w najważniejszych sprawach w sumie nie zgadza. I w sumie dobrze, bo gdyby się okazało, że on w tych sprawach powiela linię Prawa i Sprawiedliwości, to by oznaczało, że naprawdę nie ma przed nami żadnej nadziei i nie możemy się spodziewać niczego dobrego.
Okay, so he basically said Karol Nawrocki in a conversation with me took the strategy of basically trying to show that his opinions are close to mine on almost everything. During the first 5 questions, he basically distanced himself from the policy of his own party during the last 8 years. Green New Deal, animals, all that stuff that Law and Justice has been doing for over the last 8 years. He has distanced himself from, he has severed himself from, he agreed with me, he said that my party was correct and that his party was incorrect, and basically said that he is not really a Law and Justice candidate, he's more like an independent candidate, but just happens to be endorsed by the Law and Justice Party, which I find to be pretty good, because if he was a complete Law and Justice candidate, then we would not have had any hope for the future of this country.
Potem przyszedłem do tych 8 punktów, które umieściłem w deklaracji, którą miałem nadzieję, że kandydaci, którzy się tu pojawią, być może ją podpiszą. I tu naprawdę nie wyszło źle. Który punkt nie zaczynałem, no to Nawrocki w sumie to się ze mną zgadzał, zresztą wcześniej zapowiedział, że przecież tę deklarację podpisze. Pierwszy punkt dotyczył...
So, Next, we went on to talk about the 8-point pledge that I was hoping both of the candidates would sign. And this is also where my conversation with Karol Nawrocki went pretty okay. Each time I talked about a point, Nawrocki basically said that he was on board with me. And it is worth noting that he has agreed to sign the pledge even before meeting me in person. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab a warmer thing to wrap myself with, and I'll be right back. Okay. Should be warmer now. It's a very cold house. It's a very cold house. I feel like a grandma, but you know what? Whatever. I don't care. My opinions stand for themselves, grandma or not. How do you like the translation so far? Do you like this style of translating where I let him speak for a bit and then I translate whole sentences? Or do you perhaps like more the style of translating when I sort of jumped in more every few words? Do you see an improvement? Maybe if I do it like this, we'll be able to go through the material a little bit faster. All right, let's continue. Grandma Lucy has the wisdom to share coldly. Yeah, that's right. That's true. That is definitely true. Okay.
Podatków, że nie zgodzi się na żadne podniesienie podatków, składek czy opłat dla Polaków. Tam wymieniłem te składki i opłaty, ponieważ pamiętam, jak w wyborach w 2019 roku niektórzy przyszli posłowie Solidarnej Polski deklarowali, że oni nigdy pod żadnym pozorem nie zagłosują za podniesieniem podatków, a na jednym z pierwszych posiedzeń Sejmu zagłosowali za podniesieniem podatku akcyzowego i się potem głupio tłumaczyli, że akcyza to nie podatek, bo wiadomo, podatek akcyzowy to w żadnym wypadku nie jest podatek, więc...
So he agreed not to raise any taxes and payments, and I raised that whole tax thing because in 2019 everybody said that it will never vote for the raising of any taxes, but the first meeting of the parliament they have voted for the raising of the alcohol tax, and then they stupidly explained themselves that it was not a tax at all, which of course it is a tax.
I chciałem uniknąć tego rodzaju głupiego tłumaczenia.
And I wanted to avoid this sort of stupid explanations.
Nawrocki tylko chwilę się zamotał przy tym, a co jeżeli stawka podatku wynika, albo opłaty raczej wynika z jakiegoś rozporządzenia, no to przecież oczywiście nie będę rozliczał prezydenta z tego, co jakiś minister wprowadza swoim rozporządzeniem, bo nie ma na to wpływu. No i drugi raz zamotał się przy katastrze, ponieważ były znane wypowiedzi jego otoczenia, że on byłby w stanie rozważyć podatek katastralny od któregoś tam mieszkania i w trakcie rozmowy też tutaj się zamotał, że najpierw powiedział, że nie pozwoli na podniesienie podatków, a potem, no, że kataster to tutaj nie wiadomo, ale w końcu się zadeklarował, mamy to, jeżeli Karol Nawrocki zostanie prezydentem, to on deklaruje, że nie podpisze żadnej ustawy, które podnoszą podatki. I wydaje mi się, że to jest bardzo cenna deklaracja. To była też moja deklaracja, kiedy ja jeszcze kandydowałem w tych wyborach, że nie zgodzę się na żadne podniesienie podatku. I cieszy mnie to, że być może rzeczywiście komuś uda się dowieść tą obietnicę do końca przez całą kadencję.
Okay. Yeah, I sped up the video. That's why he's talking fast. So he basically said Karol Nawrocki fumbled 2 times when he talked about taxes. The first time when he said that he might be forced to make the taxes bigger should a minister of finance decide to up the taxes. And I told him that he's the president. I'm not going to hold him responsible for something that some minister decides. And the second time he fumbled was when he said that he was open to taxing the amount of properties, apartments that people have above a certain amount of apartments. So let's say a person has 5 apartments. If someone has 5 apartments, they will be taxed for that. And so he ended up backing off from that. So he declared that he will not sign any bill that will add any new tax or any new fiscal obligation. And that has been also my promise when I was still the candidate for president. And I am glad that there is a chance that this promise will be actually brought to its conclusion via a president that will win this election.
Drugi punkt dotyczył gotówki, obrony polskiej gotówki przed kolejnymi obostrzeniami oraz nieprzyjęcia waluty euro. To w zasadzie punkt bez historii, nie było o czym rozmawiać. Obaj się zgadzaliśmy, że nie należy oddawać polskiej złotówki, że nie powinniśmy przyjmować waluty euro. Wolność słowa również to samo.
So basically, we agreed on not accepting the euro. We accept on not having limitations of the use of cash. There's nothing to talk about here. Same thing goes when it comes to freedom of speech. He is against hate speech laws.
Natomiast warto podkreślić, że Karol Nawrocki odciął się od niektórych bardzo niefajnych zachowań Prawa i Sprawiedliwości. To w ogóle była stały punkt naszej rozmowy, że mówił rzeczy, które stały w sprzeczności z tym, co wcześniej robiło Prawo i Sprawiedliwość i nie miał problemu z tym, żeby się od PiS-u odciąć, żeby wprost powiedzieć tak, Prawo i Sprawiedliwość zrobiło źle. No i w sprawie wolności słowa Prawo i Sprawiedliwość oczywiście, że robiło źle. Przecież my latami nie byliśmy wpuszczani do TVP. PiS wolał hodować sobie tam lewicę, zapraszał polityków lewicowych i udawał, że Konfederacja nie istnieje. To PiS wysłał ABW na najwyższy czas i sprawił, że ten portal internetowy zniknął na jakiś czas z internetu. Obydwie akcje Karol Nawrocki skrytykował i to...
Okay, so when it comes to freedom of speech, we were on the same page. He doesn't like hate speech laws, but it is worth noting that once again, Karol Nawrocki, while giving his answer, once again distanced himself from his endorsing party law and justice by saying that everything that they did when it comes to the freedom of speech was wrong. The fact that they did not invite my party to the public television that they ran at the time, the fact that they closed a publication that worked with us. Karol Nawrocki criticized both of these things, which makes me glad.
Oczywiście jest kolejny punkt dla niego.
For which I award him an additional point.
Kolejne 2 punkty dotyczyły spraw wojskowych, to znaczy zapytałem, czy zgodzi się na przyjęcie Ukrainy do NATO oraz czy zgodzi się na wysłanie polskich wojsk na Ukrainę. W obydwu tych sprawach Karol Nawrocki twardo zadeklarował, że póki on będzie prezydentem Ukrainy, w NATO nie będzie oraz polscy żołnierze nie trafią na Ukrainę. Tam dopytywałem, nawet gdyby Stany Zjednoczone bardzo nas o to prosiły, Karol Nawrocki uważa, że polscy żołnierze nie powinni trafić na Ukrainę. Chwilę się zatrzymaliśmy przy dostępie do broni. Zgodził się.
Okay. So the next part was Ukraine and NATO and sending troops to Ukraine. On both of these counts, Karol Nawrocki said that as long as he's president, there will be no Ukrainian NATO, as well as he also said that there will be no troops in Ukraine. And I tried to clarify by asking, what if the United States ask us really, really hard to send troops to Ukraine? And he maintains his stance that there would be no troops in Ukraine. We stopped for a little bit when it came to access to guns.
Się Nawrocki z tym, że nie należy jeszcze bardziej rozbrajać Polaków, ale niestety nie wyraził wielkiego entuzjazmu do tego, żeby poluzować trochę te przepisy, żeby je trochę bardziej unormować, żeby Polacy mieli trochę więcej wolności i większą możliwość dbania o swoje bezpieczeństwo. Tu Nawrocki był sceptyczny, to się pochwalił, że sam ma pozwolenie na broń do ochrony osobistej i powiedział, że chyba w roku, kiedy on je uzyskał, 4 osoby w jego województwie takie pozwolenie dostały. I to jest właśnie problem, że w obecnych przepisach, żeby dostać prawo do posiadania broni do celów ochrony osobistej, to trzeba być naprawdę dobrze ustosunkowanym, trzeba mieć dobrze relacje. Ktoś przypadkowy takiego pozwolenia nie dostanie, a prezes IPN-u na przykład takie pozwolenie ma dostać. No i pytanie, czy Polakom się powinna taka sytuacja podobać, że są równi i równiejsi, że jak ktoś jest wysoko, to oczywiście broń sobie może załatwić, a jak ktoś jest zwyczajnym Polakiem bojącym się z przyczyn uzasadnionych o swoje bezpieczeństwo, no to już wtedy takiego pozwolenia nie dostanie. Ja na przykład nie dostałem, a Nawrocki dostał, a wolałbym mieć takie prawo, że i ja, i Nawrocki możemy dostać możliwość posiadania broni, ale tutaj się, jak widać, nie zgodziliśmy. Kolejny
So basically, when it comes to the access of weapons, the ease of accessibility to weapons, he agreed that the law should not be harshened. There should be no additional regulations when it comes to accessibility to guns. But he also was skeptical. To my disappointment, he was not very eager to loosen up regulations a little bit to allow people to get guns easier. And as an example, he also bragged a little bit about getting a permit himself because he is he's being targeted by Vladimir Putin. So he said that he got a permit for personal protection, and he said that he is one of the 4 people in his region that were able to get a gun permit, which I believe is a problem. It should not be like that. I was not able to get a gun permit, and I believe that in a Poland that would be ideal, not just Karol Nawrocki would be able to get a gun permit, but I would be able to get one as well. And I believe that it is not good, a situation in which in order to get a gun permit you need to have good connections and be well situated politically. Alright, let's continue.
2 punkty również poszły proste, te 2 dotyczące Unii Europejskiej. Nawrocki deklaruje, że nie zgodzi się na oddanie...
Next topics were very easy as well. They were about the European Union. Karol Nawrocki did not agree to giving any further competency to the European Union.
Kolejnych kompetencji Unii Europejskiej nie zgodzi się na zmianę traktatów unijnych odbierających Polsce siłę głosu czy też prawo weta, w związku z czym na 8 punktów Karol Nawrocki zgodził.
So he basically would not agree to anything that would take away Poland's right to veto or Poland's vote. So
się z 8 punktami, z niektórymi po bardzo krótkiej dyskusji. I efektem naszej rozmowy było to, że Karol Nawrocki podpisał deklarację, którą nazwałem deklaracją toruńską, że on się do tych 8 punktów będzie stosował, jeżeli zostanie prezydentem. Muszę powiedzieć, że to jest bardzo ważny gest. Jeżeli ktoś zgadza się z tymi 8 punktami, jeżeli to są dla niego ważne sprawy, no to wybór w tym momencie powinien być oczywisty, bo mamy kandydata, który swoim podpisem zaświadczył, że będzie się do tych 8 bardzo ważnych punktów stosował. Uważam, że powinno się ten gest naprawdę docenić. Potem
So basically, out of the 8 points that I have put in front of him, he agreed to all of them. He has signed the declaration, which I think is a very important symbolic gesture. I think that it's very much in favor of this candidate, that he, with his own signature, has made a pledge to fulfill those points, to work towards fulfilling these points. And I think you should take this into consideration when deciding as to whether or not to vote for him.
Do kolejnych pytań spoza tej deklaracji i tu parę razy Karol Nawrocki się wkopał. Zaczęmy od przypomnienia tego, że kolejnych pytań spoza tej deklaracji i tu parę razy Karol Nawrocki się wkopał. Zaczęmy od przypomnienia tego, że on jakiś miesiąc, 2 miesiące temu wezwał Bank Centralny, Narodowy Bank Polski do obniżenia stóp procentowych, ponieważ dzięki temu spadłyby raty kredytów hipotecznych. No i chciałem wybadać, czy on w ogóle ma pojęcie, co to oznacza, jaki wpływ na gospodarkę ma podwyższenie albo obniżenie stóp procentowych. On w ogóle ma pojęcie, co to oznacza, jaki wpływ na gospodarkę ma kredytów hipotecznych. Bank Centralny, Narodowy Bank Polski do obniżenia stóp procentowych, ponieważ dzięki temu spadłyby raty kredytów hipotecznych. No i chciałem wybadać, czy on w ogóle ma pojęcie, co to oznacza.
So then we went to a few questions that were about outside of the 8 points pledge, and this is where Karol Nawrocki fumbled a little bit. I asked him about his just a month ago call for the central bank to lower percentage rates, and I wanted to get a feel if he even knew what that meant, what the consequences of that would be.
Oznacza, jaki wpływ na gospodarkę ma podwyższenie albo obniżenie stóp procentowych, bo on nie kończy się tylko na tym, że spadną raty kredytów hipotecznych. Obniżenie stóp procentowych co do zasady prowadzi do osłabienia waluty, do wzrostu cen, do inflacji. No i tu nie...
So I wanted for him to understand what effect on the economy would either raising or lowering percentage rates be by the National Polish Bank, and I wanted him to understand that lowering those percentage rates would not just end in lowering the cost of loans, that it would also link to the lead to the weakening of the currency, that it would also lead to bigger inflation and higher prices.
Niestety od razu było widać, że Karol Nawrocki nie jest ekonomistą, jego pojęcie o gospodarce nie jest zbyt wielkie. On z zawodu, z wykształcenia jest po prostu historykiem. Wcześniej nie zajmował się polityką, więc przyjmijmy to i miejmy tego świadomość, że wiedza o gospodarce Karola Nawrockiego, wiedza o ekonomii, jest co najwyżej na przeciętnym poziomie i nie jest z całą pewnością specjalistą, nie rozumie jeszcze, nie zna powiązań pomiędzy kursami walutowymi, w ogóle stanem gospodarki, stopami procentowymi. To zdecydowanie nie jest jego działka. Tu będzie musiał się podciągnąć, jeżeli wygra te wybory.
So basically, it is very clear to me that he is not an economist, that he does not understand the relations between percentage rates of the central bank, the economy. He does not understand the currency rates effect on the economy. It is very clear to me that he is a historian, not an economist, and that is something that he would have to work on should he win the presidential seat.
Zapytałem go też o ten jego wyjazd do Stanów Zjednoczonych, do Donalda Trumpa, ponieważ moje zdanie jest takie, że polscy politycy nie powinni starać się ubiegać o poparcie zagranicznych polityków, bo jeżeli jakiś zagraniczny polityk popiera polskiego polityka, to wiadomo, że popiera go w swoim interesie, w interesie swojego kraju, a nie w interesie Polaków i to oznacza tylko tyle, że dany kandydat lepiej będzie realizował interesy, które nie są naszymi interesami z punktu widzenia tego zagranicznego polityka. I tu przyznaję, że Karol Nawrocki mnie zdziwił, bo zamiast wprost się przyznać, że to był element jego kampanii wyborczej, zaczął twierdzić, że on tam w ogóle nie pojechał w związku z wyborami, że chciał załatwić jakieś rzeczy dla Polski, że nie myślał o tym jako elemencie swojej kampanii wyborczej. No i bardzo przepraszam, ale ja to po prostu nie wierzę. To znaczy nie jestem w stanie uwierzyć w to, że w szczycie kampanii wyborczej jeden z najpoważniejszych kandydatów jedzie spotkać się z Donaldem Trumpem, zrobić sobie zdjęcie w gabinecie owalnym i szczerze uważa, że to nie jest element jego kampanii wyborczej. Absolutnie nie kupuje tego rodzaju tłumaczeń.
Okay. So basically, he fumbled a little bit when I asked him about his visit to the White House. I personally think that Polish politicians, Polish candidates for president should not be receiving an endorsement from foreign politicians, because those foreign politicians will be giving an endorsement not in the interest of Poland, but in the interest of their own countries. And as I say this, Karol Nawrocki has received a new endorsement by an American politician, and that is actually a topic that I have for today. And continuing, when I asked this to Karol Nawrocki, he has actually surprised me, negatively surprised me, because instead of just admitting that the visit to the White House, that seeing Donald Trump was part of his campaign, he tried to tell me that that visit to the United States was not part of his campaign at all, that it had nothing to do with it, and that he just went there to take care of some things for Poland. With all due respect, I do not buy that at all. I think that it was absolutely done for his campaign. I find it laughable to try to claim that one of the two frontrunner candidates in the presidential race went at the height of the campaign, at the height of the election, went to the United States and absolutely did not have the campaign in mind when taking a photo together with Donald Trump. And that is my opinion on the matter.
Kilka razy jeszcze udało mi się złapać go na tym, że ma zdanie inne niż Prawo i Sprawiedliwość. W pewnym momencie Nawrocki zaczął krytykować Centra Integracji Cudzoziemców, które, o czym się dowiedział, w trakcie rozmowy otwierało już Prawo i Sprawiedliwość, w związku z czym od tego również musiał się odciąć. Zgodził się na rozmowę, chociaż 5-minutową, z przedstawicielami branży kryptowalut. Z tego co wiem, do tej rozmowy doszło i nawet dzisiaj pojawił się filmik na Twitterze Nawrockiego, gdzie popiera istotną część postulatów branży kryptowalut. Więc jeżeli ktoś zajmuje się tą branżą, ma kryptowaluty, to też jest bardzo mocny sygnał, że jest kandydat, który w kampanii wyborczej, drugi kandydat oprócz mnie, który w kampanii wyborczej poruszył ten temat, który wie, że idzie dyrektywa MiCA i który wie, że ta dyrektywa jest zagrożeniem dla polskiej branży i postara się na tyle, na ile jest to możliwe, nie podpisywać ustawy, która zupełnie zniszczy ten rynek w Polsce.
So basically there are two next topics. One was the Centers of Integration for Immigrants. That was something that Nawrocki has criticized, and another thing that he distanced himself from his party, Law and Justice, because as I informed him during our talk, it was the Law and Justice Party that actually started those integration camps to begin with. So once again, he had to distance himself from his own party that endorses him. Another thing was the cryptocurrency. He agreed to, at least for 5 minutes, meet with the representatives of cryptocurrency in Poland. There's a new video on social media of him having that meeting. I'm glad that he is the second candidate after me that wishes to protect cryptocurrency in Poland and will not sign any bills that will endanger the very existence of cryptocurrency in this country.
Potem już pod sam koniec rozmowy trochę go podprowadziłem, to znaczy zacząłem od tego, że tego w Polsce. Potem już pod sam koniec rozmowy trochę go podprowadziłem, to znaczy zacząłem od tego, że ta jego cała historia, którą on opowiada w tych swoich materiałach, jest taka cukierkowa, nalukrowa. Zacząłem od tego, że w Polsce. Potem już pod sam koniec rozmowy trochę go podprowadziłem, to znaczy zacząłem od tego, że ta jego cała historia, którą on opowiada w tych swoich materiałach, jest taka cukierkowa, nalukrowana, że tego się w ogóle oglądać nie da, że tam wszystko było świetnie, że on tam Maksymilian Kolbe, Pilecki, Jan Paweł II, no kto opisując swoje dzieciństwo na blokowisku, dzieciństwo człowieka, który potem zaczął trenować boks. Miał bardzo ciekawy życiorys. Mówi, że dla niego w dzieciństwie to ważny był Jan Paweł II, Pilecki, Maksymilian Kolbe. No to jest po prostu niewiarygodne. W sensie ja rozumiem, że można być widzem telewizji Republika i do kogoś trafiają tego rodzaju komunikaty, no ale dla mnie to jest absolutnie niewiarygodne. Ja wolałbym zobaczyć Karola Nawrockiego, człowieka z krwi i kości, bo wtedy tak trochę podprowadziłem, że w sumie nie zaprzeczył, no bo nie było czemu zaprzeczać, bo miałem dobre informacje, że brał udział w tych ustawkach. Gdyby mi zaprzeczył, to miałem dokładnie podane, w którego dnia, którego roku w ustawce jakich drużyn uczestniczył, bo udało mi się dotrzeć do tych informacji, więc ten temat, który potem na dzień, 2, 3 zdominował naszą debatę publiczną, udało się go odpalić. Tutaj od razu informuję ciekawskich, że to nie było żadne rozbrojenie tematu, ani Nawrocki, ani nikt z jego sztabu nie wiedział, że o te ustawki zapytam. Podobnie ja nie wiedziałem, że media również mają takie informacje i niedługo być może je opublikują. Wyszło przypadkiem. Ja się cieszę, że dostarczyłem ludziom newsa. Nawrocki nie zaprzeczył. Powiem wam, moje osobiste zdanie jest takie, że nie uważam tego za nic złego. Jeżeli dorośli faceci chcą się nawalać w lesie, to jest ich sprawa. Lepiej, żeby to robili w lesie, niż gdzieś na mieście, czy też na stadionie. Ja z tym nie mam absolutnie żadnego problemu, nawet pod jakimś względem świadczy to o jakiejś sile charakteru. Ja osobiście odbieram to naprawdę pozytywnie, ale wiem, że odbiór ogólny jest trochę bardziej negatywny, no ale każdy może na to spojrzeć z zupełnie innej strony.
So basically, at this point, I actually tried to rile him up a little bit. I told him that the official story of his life that he presents to the media is too cutesy, too artificial, that he kept just talking about how in his life always national heroes were important, John Paul II, Pilecki, and so on. And it all sounds very artificial and fake, considering that he actually has an interesting life. The person from the Soviet blocs that went on to train boxing and took part in football brawls. I think that was a little bit more. I wanted to meet the man of flesh and blood rather than the curated, boring image that he tried to push towards conservative Christian media. And I think I have succeeded. I think I was the first person. He did not deny taking care of those brawls in the forests. 70 versus 70 people. If he refused, then I had materials on hand which specify exactly which year, which day, which time those brawls took place at, and I had evidence. I'm glad he did not deny it. I'm pretty sure I broke that story, and the media picked it up. So I'm glad that I was able to provide some news to people. And if you want to know my opinion when it comes to those brawls, I don't really care. I don't see it as anything negative. I'm translating what Manson is saying, just so you know. I don't really care. I feel like it speaks to the strength of his character a little bit, and I actually see it as something positive, but I understand that the wider public does not see it that way, and you have the right to have your own opinion on the matter. Uff.
No i na koniec przeszedłem do sprawy kawalerki, ponieważ to jest dla mnie bardzo duży znak zapytania. Ja nie czuję się przekonany wyjaśnieniami Karola Nawrockiego ani sprzed tego wywiadu, ani tymi w ramach tego wywiadu. Po prostu cały czas nie kupuję tej jego historii.
So finally, at the very end of the interview, I have tried to push him on the topic of getting the apartment from the person that he was supposedly helping. I'm gonna be honest, I have not been convinced by his explanations on the matter before this interview, and I have not been convinced by his explanation during the interview.
Zdanie jest takie, o którym zresztą wtedy powiedziałem, że Nawrocki w dzieciństwie, w młodości raczej, a nie w dzieciństwie, robił błędy. Że robił rzeczy, których żaden kandydat na prezydenta by nie zrobił, gdyby wiedział, że w ogóle takie możliwość się pojawi, że kiedykolwiek wejdzie do dużej polityki. Młodość Karola Nawrockiego uważam, że jest świetnym tematem. To znaczy być może rzeczywiście to nie służy w kampanii wyborczej, ale ja chciałbym, żeby kiedyś powstał jakiś rzetelny dokument o młodości Karola Nawrockiego. Co on robił w tym Grand Hotelu w Sopocie? Co on robił na tym swoim osiedlu? Co on robił na tych ustawkach? Z kim on się znał, kiedy trenował ten boks? To jest świetna historia. To znaczy wyobraźmy sobie, że mamy faceta, który ocierał się o świat przestępczy w młodości, a potem z tego wyszedł, zrobił doktorat, skończył studia wcześniej, został najpierw dyrektorem muzeum, potem prezesem IPN-u, a potem kandyduje w wyborach na prezydenta i ma spore szanse te wybory wygrać. No to jest po prostu fascynująca filmowa historia. O tym by się po prostu dobrze oglądało.
Jesus Christ. So he basically said, I am not convinced. My opinion on him extorting the apartment is that as a young man, he has made mistakes. He has made mistakes that no presidential candidate would have done if he knew that he would be entering big politics. I personally think that Nawrocki's life is interesting. I personally think that there should be a movie made about him, that his whole life, I would like to know what he was doing in that hotel with those prostitutes. I would like to know what he was doing during those brawls, football brawls, 70 versus 70 people. I would certainly like to know what who he knew when he was training boxing. All of that. I would like to a person that has been part of the criminal world, that has gotten out of it, finished the university and entered big politics and has a chance to win the presidential seat. That is an amazing story for a movie, is what Manson said.
Moje zdanie jest takie, że gdyby na początku kampanii, albo w ogóle w ramach tej kampanii, PiS pokazał tą historię chłopaka z tych osiedli w Gdańsku poprzez te jego dziwne kontakty, jakieś jego próby, być może nieporadne, robienia złych rzeczy, których wolałby już teraz zapomnieć i nie chciałby, żeby mu to przypominano. To jest świetna, filmowa historia w stylu amerykańskim. I gdyby to opowiedzieć, mielibyśmy kandydata z krwi i kości, o którym coś wiadomo. Bo w tym momencie mamy faceta, który wziął się znikąd, którego historia zaczyna się jak w zasadzie, jak już jest dyrektorem muzeum i mało mamy rzetelnych informacji, co on tak naprawdę robił w młodości, skąd on się w ogóle tam wziął. Ja trochę uczestniczyłem w tej kampanii wyborczej, ale do mnie PiS nie dotarł z przekazem, w jaki sposób Nawrocki został dyrektorem muzeum. Dlaczego w ogóle on nim został? Dlaczego został prezesem IPN-u? Jak to się stało? Jaka przemiana zaszła w tym człowieku, że od człowieka, którego znacie tutaj z propagandy drugiej strony, nagle on stał się kandydatem na prezydenta. To jest materiał na film, którego nie obejrzeliśmy, a moglibyśmy go obejrzeć. Ale że nawet nie film, to mógłby nam o tym w tym momencie opowiedzieć. Poznalibyśmy człowieka z krwi i kości i za to bym go bardziej cenił. Bo w tym momencie, niestety, uważam, że Karol Nawrocki ma pewne problemy z wiarygodnością. Ja nie mam 100% zaufania, że to, co on mówi o swojej przeszłości, jest prawdą, a czasem nawet jestem prawie że pewien, że jest nieprawdą. Mi to osobiście przeszkadza. Więc podsumowując ocenę Karola Nawrockiego, zwłaszcza podczas tego wywiadu.
So basically, what Law and Justice should have done is they should have put his past on the table. They should have presented him as a man of flesh and blood. They should have presented his story from the criminal world, from his maybe a bit clumsy youth of doing bad things that he wants to forget about, to being a presidential candidate. They should have presented this movie-like story, this American-like story to the public. That would have been much better. And as it stands right now, via the propaganda of the other side, we don't know how he became the director of the museum. We don't know how he became the director of the National Institute of of the Institute of National Memory. We have no clue what changed in that man that transformed him from the man that was part of the criminal underworld to a presidential candidate. And if we had a clear message from the get-go that would explain his whole story from start to now, we would have had a real candidate from flesh and blood that would be an amazing story. But as it stands right now, we have a person from nowhere with a very shady past that is now coming to light, and that just makes me feel that I cannot believe him when he that I have doubts when he explains his past to me. I cannot trust that whatever he says about his past is true, and I'm fairly sure that some of the things that he says about his past are definitely a lie, and that to me is a problem.
Bardzo, bardzo duży plus za podpisanie tej deklaracji. To jest bardzo duży plus, ale minus za pewną wiarygodność, za brak możliwości, odwagi zmierzenia się ze swoją przyszłością. I jeszcze dobry detal, bo po internecie krąży taki kadr, gdzie ja siedzę i żegnam się ze stojącym Karolem Nawrockim, pokazującym, że nie oddaję szacunku Karolowi Nawrockiemu. To jest niestety, albo na szczęście chyba, manipulacja. Było tak, że żegnałem się jeszcze z widzami, no i pożegnałem się najpierw z Karolem Nawrockim i w studiach telewizyjnych jest częste, że witamy się, czy żegnamy na siedząco z Trzaskowskim, czy z Nawrockim. Wydaje mi się, że też przywitaliśmy się na siedząco, jesteśmy popodpinani tymi mikrofonami. Tak się po prostu robi. Karol Nawrocki myślał już, że to jest koniec, że nic więcej nie powiem, a jeszcze cały czas mówiłem do kamery, do swoich widzów. W związku z czym on mnie zaskoczył tym, że wstał, podał mi rękę, ją podałem, ale chciałem jeszcze dokończyć swoją myśl i swoje zdanie, więc w żadnym wypadku nie była to jakaś oznaka, nie wiem, braku szacunku dla Karola Nawrockiego, po prostu zwyczajne nieporozumienie. Jeszcze mówiłem do widzów, a Karol Nawrocki myślał, że już w tym momencie program kończymy. Druga rozmowa była z Rafałem.
Okay, so basically, to sum up, Karol Nawrocki, I giving big prompts for signing the pledge, 8-point pledge. But I cannot give him prompts for his lack of credibility, shady past that he had no courage to confront. And of course, one last thing, there is this screenshot of me sitting down while Karol Nawrocki is saying goodbye to me while standing, which supposedly showed some sort of lack of respect on my part to Karol Nawrocki. That is not the case. When he stood up, he surprised me because he thought that everything was over and that he could go, but I was still addressing my audience. And it is very common for people in the media when addressing audiences, etc., to say goodbye to one another while still sitting down. And it is definitely not any sign of lack of respect on my part to Karol Nawrocki. He simply surprised me by shaking my hand while standing while I was still addressing my audience. Okay, so that's basically the end when it comes to talking about Karol Nawrocki. Now he will be talking about Trzaskowski. This is actually going a lot faster than I thought. This translation is, we're speeding through it, okay? And I actually, not only are we doing it much faster than the ones before, I can assure you that the quality of the translation is actually not suffering at all. And it actually helps that we have sped up the video a little bit, so that's good. How do you like it so far? How do you like the translation? What do you think of the summary that Mensen has done of his conversation with Nawrocki? I need a little bit of a break. My throat is, you're doing great. So what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on what you just heard? Anybody? An Entropy fan? Incub, Emily S, Greater Ain't, Fake Alec Kyle Parker, if you're still here. Assuming if you're interested in the Polish presidential election. He seems to have a bad opinion on Nawrocki. Yeah, I would say that. I wouldn't. It seems like he did not come out of this. Hello, Lucy. I think it's Bulgars. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you very much. we are definitely doing a lot better with the translating. I mean, I've done this rodeo a few times now, so it feels like it's obvious that I would improve at some point with those translations, that I would just be able to hear more and listen to longer bits of sentences and just translate more on the fly. So will Manson support the Liberal candidate after all? Well, there's a little bit of time left. We will find out soon. I will go to the toilet real quick, and when I'm back, we will translate what he says about Trzaskowski, and then we'll move on to some other news. An interesting fact that I want to point out once again before I go to the toilet is that Manson said that he is against presidential candidates receiving any sort of endorsement from politicians from abroad, because those politicians will not give the endorsement for the sake of Poland. They will give the endorsement for the sake of their own country. And as I say this, once again, I will remind you that the Trump's Homeland Security chief tells Post to vote for right-winger in presidential election. Yes, as I say this, Nawrocki has received another endorsement, open, very public endorsement from the Trump cabinet. We're going to be talking about this, don't worry. It is a topic that I wanted to talk about today because, I'm covering the presidential election. Yes, there was a very, very public endorsement. I'm going to be right back. Ready, I'm back. We're gonna be continuing this translation now. Lucy should be a translator for the government. Yes, I should be receiving big translator money. Translation accurate, no notes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. If I knew Ukrainian, then I could be an interpreter for journalists. Alright, because I think like I'm pretty good at this whole live interpreting thing. Alright. I am a linguist. I am much more of a linguist than... What was that guy's name that said he was a linguist, but he actually wasn't? Tomfoolery. I'm much more of a linguist than tomfoolery. Because I did some linguistic related stuff at university. I studied the languages at university. I don't even remember why Tomfoolery called himself a linguist. Why was it? Okay, let's just get into it. I don't have drama frogs on this channel. This is good. Nobody here likes drama. You're all here only for hard politics, international politics. You're all interested in how the presidential election will go. That is the only thing you care about. There's nothing else in your lives. Are you drinking Coke? Yes, I have to keep myself awake, okay? This uptick of sugar is the only way that I can keep it up. Random free PO. Tomfoolery went to Pizza Hut University where he invented linguistic marketing using the word sizzle. Oh my gosh. Welcome, Random free PO. Veshkom has told me a lot of nice things about you. And Veshkom said that you are a wonderful representative of my community. And that I have a wonderful community. So thank you. Thank you for representing me out there, okay? I am getting praise because you represent me well. I receive high praise because of you. Or rather, thanks to you. Because of you sounds accusatory. Alright. I'm ready. Mr. Manson is ready as well.
Trzaskowskim w sobotę o godzinie 19. To była zupełnie inna rozmowa, wynikająca z tego, że Trzaskowski i jego sztab przyjęli zupełnie inną taktykę na rozmowę ze mną. Nawrocki chciał pokazać, że się z nami w naprawdę wielu sprawach zgadza, a Trzaskowski chciał pokazać, że z wieloma sprawami się z nami nie zgadza, że ma swoje poglądy, jest gotowy ich bronić, czyli to było zupełnie co innego. Nawrocki chciał zmobilizować elektorat do głosowania na siebie, ten elektorat prawicowy, konserwatywny widzów mojego kanału, a Trzaskowski chciał raczej zdemobilizować was do głosowania na Nawrockiego i zachęcić lewicę do głosowania na niego, ponieważ uznał, że to mu się bardziej opłaca, stąd zupełnie inna rozmowa, zupełnie inna taktyka, taka dużo bardziej konfrontacyjna.
So, my conversation with Trzaskowski was completely different than my conversation with Nawrocki. That is because both of them have adopted very different strategies, very different tactics when it comes to approaching the conversations themselves. Nawrocki, as I said before, wanted to demonstrate that he agreed on me on many points. And Trzaskowski, basically the opposite. He wanted to demonstrate that there were many points that he did not agree with me on. And the thing is that while Nawrocki wanted to mobilize my viewers, the right-wing base, to vote for him, Trzaskowski's strategy was more akin to trying to demobilize my viewers and my voters from voting for Nawrocki and to mobilize the left for more to mobilize more of the left-wing voters to vote for him. He must have decided that rather than reaching the right wing, that it would be more of a smart strategy to try to mobilize his own base rather than to so that's how that happened. And that is why our conversation had a much more confrontational character than my conversation with Karol Nawrocki. We bumped head a lot more.
Pytaniach tak czy nie. Nie zgodził się ze wszystkim, natomiast zadeklarował, że dalej popiera likwidację TVP Info, pytanie czy szczerze, i że może pójść w Marszu Niepodległości, przy czym tam były jakieś lekkie zastrzeżenia. A potem przeszliśmy do...
So during the 5 points, the first 5 yes or no questions, he agreed to most. Some of them he did not agree to. But the most important thing is that he still wants to get rid of the public TV station called TVN Info. The question is how sincere he is in that pledge. And the other thing is that he agreed to walk with me during the Independence March. He had some caveats when it came to his agreement to walk in the Independence March, but you know what? It's better than nothing. Also, I, as myself now, without translating, have to once again remind that the so-called Independence March is a highly nationalistic march, which often has neo-Nazis marching in it and many other shady individuals. There have been instances of violence during those marches. There have been very, very interesting slogans, transparents used during those marches. There has been a instance of basically flare guns being shot at people's apartments because of LGBT flags, and some unrelated persons, I believe, apartment was set ablaze or something during one of those marches. I would have to look into it, but those marches are not good, and there's a reason why Trzaskowski, the mayor of Warsaw, you know, the candidate, one of the two current candidates, has actually at least a few times banned those marches in Warsaw, which is something that the right wing hates. The right wing really hates the fact that that Trzaskowski endorses Pride, endorses and very much accepts Pride to be taking part in Warsaw, but bans the Independence March. Because you know what? I am sorry, like Pride does not have violent incidents during it, and the Independence March absolutely does. So that is my little thing that I wanted to add for context, because I feel like the context is sort of missing if I just dryly translate what Mencen is talking about. Okay, let's continue.
Omawiania tych 8 punktów i rozmowa wyglądała zupełnie inaczej niż z Nawrockim. Na początku to jeszcze się zgadzał, że tak, on jest oczywiście przeciwnikiem podnoszenia podatków, ale to nie takim zadeklarowanym. To znaczy rozumie, że różne rzeczy mogą się wydarzyć. Jak go dopytałem, ale jak to on jest przeciwnikiem podnoszenia podatków, jak za jego prezydentury w Warszawie podatek od nieruchomości wzrósł o 50%, to dlaczego tam podnosi podatki, a mówi, że nie należy podnosić podatków? Stwierdził, że dlatego, że ten podatek był tak niski, że trzeba go było podnieść. A skąd ja mam wiedzieć, że nie uzna na przykład za jakiś czas, że podatek dochodowy jest za niski i trzeba go podnieść? Więc ta deklaracja dużo bardziej na miękko niż w przypadku Nawrockiego twierdzi, że ogólny kierunek tak, podatki powinny być raczej niskie, natomiast tutaj nie było takiej twardej deklaracji jak w przypadku Karola Nawrockiego. No i mamy też jego przeszłość, czyli podnoszenie podatków w Warszawie, plus mamy całą przeszłość Platformy Obywatelskiej, czyli podnoszenie podatków przed rząd Donalda Tuska, który też deklarował, że on to każdego ministra wyrzuci ze swojego rządu, kto chociaż pomyśli, zaproponuje podniesienie podatków, a potem tych podatków to podnieśli chyba kilkanaście. Drugi temat.
So, first topic, and when it comes to the 8-point pledge, of course my conversation with Trzaskowski was very different than my conversation with Nawrocki. First point, raising taxes, adding new taxes and new fiscal obligations. Trzaskowski on principle said that he also would not like to add or increase any new taxes, but he was a lot more undecided on it. He was much less firm than Nawrocki when it came to that topic. He said that many different things may happen, that we don't know what situation may arise as time goes on. There's also the matter of his past that I asked him about raising property tax by 50% in Warsaw, to which he said that it's because the tax was so low that he simply had to raise it, to which I say, how am I supposed to know if he won't decide in a few years that the income tax is simply too low and he has to raise it? And so Trzaskowski was definitely much less hard on this topic than Nawrocki. And there's also the matter of the civic platform, his party itself, which has raised taxes many times. The Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said that he will fire any minister that would even think about raising taxes. But at the end of the day, his coalition has raised taxes many, many, many times. So that's how the discussion over topic number 1 went. Now topic number 2.
Temat, czyli gotówka i euro. I Trzaskowski tutaj mówił, że tak kierunkowo to on oczywiście nie widzi żadnego powodu do pozbawiania ludzi do posiadania gotówki czy możliwości płacenia gotówką, że w tym momencie euro w Polsce być nie powinno, że złotówka daje nam bezpieczeństwo. No tylko ja pamiętam jego wypowiedzi z jesieni 24 roku, z samego startu tej jego kampanii wyborczej, gdzie mówił, że z kolei euro daje nam bezpieczeństwo i cały czas to zasłanianie się. W tym momencie nie ma tematu euro. W tym momencie nie będziemy przyjmować euro. No ja wiem, że w tym momencie nie będziemy przyjmować euro, bo nie spełniamy kryteriów do przyjęcia euro. Natomiast pytanie, a co się wydarzy, jak zaczniemy spełniać te kryteria? Czy wtedy Trzaskowski nie uzna, że to już jest ten moment, że w tym momencie czasy się zmieniły i trzeba przyjąć walutę euro? W żadnym wypadku nie mamy tutaj twardej deklaracji. I też wydaje mi się, że Trzaskowskiemu trochę umyka ten problem gotówki. To znaczy nie do końca rozumie wszystkie konsekwencje z pozbawienia ludzi prawa do posiadania gotówki, z wprowadzaniem kolejnych tych obostrzeń. On cały czas mówi, że te obostrzenia się wprowadza po to, żeby tam przestępcom było trudniej. Natomiast przestępcy nie mają żadnego problemu, problemy zaczynają mieć zwyczajni ludzie, więc tutaj też nie wydaje mi się, żeby ta deklaracja była jakaś taka wyjątkowo twarda. A już zupełnie...
Okay, so the second topic is restricting people's ability to use cash and euro. When it comes to the euro, Trzaskowski said that at the moment we do not have plans to adopt the euro. He basically said that, again, on principle, he does not want to restrict people's ability to use cash. And I have to say that, of course, we will not adopt the euro right now because we do not meet the criteria of adopting the euro. But what will happen, because Trzaskowski kept hiding behind this statement that at the moment there are no plans for adopting the euro. But the question is, what will happen once Poland will start meeting the criteria to be able to adopt the euro? And the question is, will Trzaskowski then decide, well, now it is the moment to adopt the euro? So there definitely has not been a strong statement from Rafał Trzaskowski that he would not allow Poland to adopt the euro. I also think that he does not fully grasp the problem of restricting the use of cash by normal citizens. I feel he explained the restrictions by saying that it would limit the ability to act for criminals, but criminals never have any problems when it comes to acting, and the only people that are hindered are regular citizens. So we definitely did not see any strong declarations from Rafał Trzaskowski when it comes to cash and euro. Okay, that's topic number 2 as translated by me.
Zupełnie nie zgodziliśmy się przy punkcie dotyczącym wolności słowa. Trzaskowski, oczywiście prawie każdy, twierdzi, że tak, wolność słowa jest ważna, ale trzeba walczyć z mową nienawiści, bo coś tam. Wprost go zapytałem, czy zgodziłby się na podpisanie, gdyby był prezydentem tej ustawy Bodnara o mowie nienawiści, którą na szczęście nie podpisał jej prezydent Andrzej Duda, i Trzaskowski wprost powiedział, że on by tą ustawę podpisał. Więc tu mamy pierwszy, bardzo duży punkt, gdzie się po prostu diametralnie z Trzaskowskim nie zgadzam. Ja jestem zwolennikiem wolności słowa, Trzaskowski jest zwolennikiem cenzury, walki z mową nienawiści. Kiedy mu pokazywałem skandaliczne przypadki z Europy Zachodniej, do czego prowadzi właśnie to, co on chce tutaj zrobić, czyli do czego prowadzi walka z mową nienawiści, że wsadzani do więzień są ludzie tylko za swoje opinie, że w Wielkiej Brytanii 3000 ludzi siedzi w więzieniu w tym momencie tylko za to, co napisali na Twitterze, no to Trzaskowski, no to będą oceniać sądy. No ja nie chcę, żeby sądy oceniały to, czy ktoś, kto uważa, że ma jakiś jeden pogląd, a nie inny, czy ten pogląd jest dopuszczalny w debacie publicznej, żeby sąd oceniał, czy ktoś za swoje poglądy ma iść do więzienia, czy nie. No absolutnie nie chcę żyć w takim państwie. Nie chciałbym, żebyśmy mieli ustawę o mowie nienawiści. Tu się absolutnie ze sobą nie zgadzamy. Zwłaszcza, że cała ta narracja Trzaskowskiego, że trzeba walczyć z dezinformacją, trzeba walczyć z jakimiś ruskimi botami i tak dalej, no mi się wydaje trochę fałszywa w sytuacji, kiedy to Platforma Obywatelska i Trzaskowski dezinformowali na mój temat. Przecież oni wymyślili tą nową piątkę Mentzena, specjalną dedykowaną stronę internetową postawili, wkładali w moje usta słowa, których nigdy nie powiedziałem, przez całą kampanię dezinformowali na mój temat, a potem przychodzi Trzaskowski i mówi, że trzeba walczyć z dezinformacją. No ja bardzo przepraszam, no ale to kompletnie nie ma żadnego sensu. Gdyby jeszcze rzeczywiście jakimś cudem Platforma Obywatelska powstrzymała się do dezinformacji w tej kampanii, to można by to jeszcze kupić, ale w tym momencie to jest zwyczajna hipokryzja przez całą kampanię kłamać na mój temat, a potem powiedzieć, że nie, tu trzeba walczyć z dezinformacją. Dezinformacja jest bardzo zła. No ja bardzo przepraszam. Kolejny punkt.
Oh my god, he said a lot. Oh, okay, so basically he said this is the first bit where we very strongly disagreed. The topic of freedom of speech. I am a big proponent of freedom of speech. Rafał Trzaskowski, as everybody, said that he, of course, is in favor of freedom of speech, but he also wants to fight hate speech because of reasons. And when I asked him point blank if he would sign the bill that, thank God, the current president, he is not advising a lot. If he would sign that bill that, thank God, Andrzej Duda did not sign, he said plain and simple that he would sign it. And when I gave him the outrageous examples from the West of people being arrested for their opinions, that there are 3,000 people in jail in the United Kingdom right now, that people are getting arrested just for stating their own opinion, Mr. Trzaskowski said that those things will be decided by courts. Well, I don't want those things to be decided by courts. I don't want courts to decide whether or not some decision, some opinion that somebody holds that is deemed inappropriate should land somebody in jail. I don't want to live in such a country, and Trzaskowski clearly does. And also, I would like to add that I think Trzaskowski's justification for fighting disinformation and Russian bots feels very weak, considering just how his team has been smearing me and spreading the misinformation about me, about the new 5 points of Mentzen and many other things that I never said. I think it's pretty I think it's peak hypocrisy by Trzaskowski and his team when they claim they want to fight misinformation, when they spread misinformation about me. Maybe I would have had a different attitude towards it if they would stop themselves from lying about me, but they did not. So I found the whole explanation about misinformation to be laughable. But now I have to add this. He said a lot. I translated it as best as I could, I hope. I have to add from myself now, I'm not translating right now. His examples of the atrocities that have been happening in the West have been, of course, either exaggerated or lies. He gave an example of a feminist. I don't think that was in the UK. That was in a different country. I don't remember what country that was in, but he gave an example of a feminist that is facing 3 years in jail because she told an activist, you cannot get pregnant, you are not a woman, something like that. Transphobia, of course, to a trans woman activist. And the reality of the situation is that the woman is not facing jail. There is no, as far as I know, there are no charges against her. She's not in court. She's not being arrested. She's not facing any jail time. So it's just fabrication by Mentzen. He also gave example of, I'm not sure, I think he gave that example later. He gives example of thousands of children being mutilated via sex-changing surgeries. That is, of course, a lie as well. Mentzen lies a lot, okay? At the end of the day, Manson himself is a far-right guy. He hates certain things. He hates tolerance. He hates things like being respectful towards people like trans people, minorities, etc. And of course, by extension, he will hate hate speech laws. Everybody, free speech till teaching about gay people mentioned. Oh yeah, that's he will mention that. That's a thing that they talked about later as well. So it'll come up. Don't worry. Lettuce said he's narrativizing a lot, of course, and of course Nawrocki critique was like 2 minutes when he's still rambling about Trzaskowski. Everybody, free speech till teaching about gay people mentioned. Yeah.
Punkt, w którym się z Trzaskowskim nie zgadzamy, to sprawa Ukrainy w NATO. To już było ostatnio dosyć mocno dyskutowane. Zadałem mu wprost pytanie, czy zgodziłby się na przyłączenie Ukrainy do NATO. No, oczywiście, żeby się zgodził. Uważa, że jak najszybciej trzeba by Ukrainę przyjąć do NATO i nie do końca rozumie argumenty, dlaczego nie należy tego robić. To znaczy Trzaskowski żyje w jakimś świecie, że można przyjąć Ukrainę do NATO i wtedy mamy właściwie że pewność, że Rosja nie napadnie na Ukrainę, w związku z czym nie musimy się włączyć w tą wojnę, a nawet jak napadnie, no to nie znaczy, że trzeba polskie wojsko wysłać na Ukrainę. No ja tego kompletnie nie rozumiem. Według mnie to wygląda zupełnie inaczej, że włączenie Ukrainy do NATO to jest diametralne, olbrzymie zwiększenie ryzyka, że Polska będzie w wojnie z Rosją, czego byśmy bardzo nie chcieli. I z tego wynikało kolejne pytanie. Zadałem mu pytanie w takim razie, jak z tymi polskimi wojskami na Ukrainie? I on wtedy, że nie. No to jest sprzeczne. Jeżeli ktoś uważa, że Ukraina powinna być w NATO, to nie może mówić, że polskie wojsko nie trafi na Ukrainę, bo to jest podważenie wiarygodności artykułu 5, podważenie wiarygodności NATO. Jeżeli polscy politycy mówią, że można być w NATO i w razie czego to nie jest zupełnie oczywiste, że inni powinni nam pomagać, że my sami nie będziemy pomagać może logistycznie, no to jakie my mamy mieć potem pretensje czy oczekiwania do pozostałych członków sojuszu NATO, jeżeli sami od razu deklarujemy, że w razie czego to nie pomożemy Ukrainie, że nie wyślemy tam żołnierzy? To jest kompletnie bez sensu. Według mnie Trzaskowski w ogóle tego zagadnienia nie rozumie. I tutaj dygresja, jak potem byliśmy na tym piwie, do którego jeszcze wrócę, to mu to Sikorski tłumaczył, to znaczy, bo Sikorski oglądał debatę i przy mnie tłumaczył Trzaskowskiemu, dlaczego to z tym NATO to jest trochę inaczej niż on tutaj mówił. Potem zresztą Sikorski trochę to rozumowanie powtórzył w rozmowie u Stanowskiego na kanale Zero, więc tam jest pewien dwugłos. Moje zdanie jest takie, że Trzaskowski nie zdaje sobie sprawy z konsekwencji przyłączenia Ukrainy do NATO i w sumie to zbyt dobrze to o nim nie świadczy.
Okay, so next topic is the topic of Ukraine joining NATO. Trzaskowski said, of course, I asked him point blank, do you want Ukraine to join NATO? And Trzaskowski said yes. So I don't think he understands my arguments against why Ukraine should not be joining NATO. He said that my argumentation was that if we allow Ukraine into NATO, then okay, let me restart. Trzaskowski seems to think that if Ukraine joined NATO, that would be some magic guarantee that Russia would never attack Ukraine. And I am saying that Russia could very well still attack Ukraine, and that if Ukraine would be in NATO, that would exponentially increase the danger of Poland being in a war with Russia, because should Russia attack Ukraine while it's in NATO, Poland would need to send troops to Ukraine as part of Article 5, which brings me to another question that I asked Trzaskowski. Should Poland send troops to Ukraine? To which he said no, which is directly contradictory to what he said about NATO, because you cannot say that you want Ukraine in NATO and not want to send troops, because if you say that, then you spit on Article 5, and if we treat Article 5 as a joke, then that means that that basically means that how can we complain if other countries decide not to help us via Article 5, if we decide not to help Ukraine via Article 5? So not wanting to send troops to Ukraine is contradictory. And as a digression, I went for a beer with Trzaskowski and Minister of Foreign Affairs Sikorski, and Sikorski explained to Trzaskowski that his understanding of NATO is a little bit different from reality. So I feel like Trzaskowski does not understand those matters fully, which is not good. Okay, I'm gonna add something from myself here. First of all, I don't think that saying that not wanting to send troops to Ukraine is contradictory with wanting Ukraine to be in NATO, because right now there's a war, okay? And the question is about sending troops to Ukraine now, not sending troops to Ukraine ever, okay? So when Trzaskowski says, I'm not for sending troops to Ukraine, he probably meant now during the war, which in that case is not contradictory, because Ukraine, even if all member states would be in agreement for Ukraine to join NATO, would not be joining NATO during an active conflict, full-scale invasion. That's the thing. And when it comes, I think what Sikorski was correcting, I would have to somehow be able to see that beer meeting. I'm not exactly sure if I trust Sławomir Mencen to fairly represent the conversation between Trzaskowski and Sikorski, but if I am to guess what the correction was about Trzaskowski's understanding of NATO, it was that Trzaskowski said at one point that if Article 5 should come into effect, Poland would not be sending troops to Ukraine, but other countries would, and that Polish troops would be left in Poland to defend the eastern flank of NATO. But I think that's a misunderstanding. I think that Poland would be, in fact, obliged to send troops as stated by Article 5. That it would not be exempt from sending troops to Ukraine, which I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm sorry. I think that if Ukraine would be in NATO, and if Russia would, for some bizarre suicidal reason, decide to actually attack Ukraine while it's in NATO, then yes, I do think that in that circumstance, definitely Poland should send troops to Ukraine. Also, if Article 5 was triggered, then UN peacekeeping force would be deployed, not Polish soldiers, right? I mean, we have a precedent of Article 5 being invoked, and countries did send troops. Like Poland did send troops to support the US when it invoked Article 5, didn't it? Like, it wasn't just a UN peacekeeping force. Like, countries sent troops. Poland also sent troops, right? Like, that was Article 5 being invoked. The only time in history when Article 5 was invoked by the United States after 9/11, right? Yeah, but I don't think that's a valid argument to say that Ukraine should not be in NATO. I just don't buy it. First of all, I'm pretty extreme on this, so I think that already as situations stand, Poland should be sending troops in some capacity to Ukraine, even if just to help with logistics and building and rebuilding stuff. That's first of all. And second of all, I feel like Article 5 should not be an argument for I don't think that Article 5 should be a reason not to allow Ukraine into NATO. And of course, all of Mencen's argument hinges on Russia stupidly deciding to attack Ukraine even though it's in NATO. There's a reason why Russia is so desperate not to allow Ukraine into NATO, and that is because they would not attack Ukraine if it was in NATO. Like, come on. Like, I'm sorry, if Russia could just attack Ukraine while it's in NATO, then Russia would not really even care if Ukraine would join NATO or not. Russia would just quietly, like, without sanctions, build a much stronger army, a much stronger force, and just attack Ukraine in NATO. If Russia was really so not afraid of attacking Ukraine while it's in NATO. That's like, this whole argumentation is on very fragile footing from Mencen to begin with. that Russia would just simply not care about Ukraine being in NATO. Okay. All right. Oh, my dog decided that I need a break. We will not do a long form translation of argumentation while. So yes, I added my 2 cents to the thing. I think it's ridiculous to bar Ukraine from joining NATO, especially from the perspective of Polish national interest. All right? I think it's just silly. I think it's ridiculous to expect to demand that Ukraine not join NATO. It's Poland. All right, let's continue. It seems like my dog has calmed down a bit. I'm gonna listen out a little bit. I'm gonna be listening in out to the thing. All right, let's continue.
W sprawie dostępu do broni Trzaskowski się zgodził, że nie będzie zgadzał się na dalsze zaostrzenie przepisów i odbieranie Polakom prawa do broni, a w sprawie Unii Europejskiej, w sprawie traktatów i kompetencji kluczył. To znaczy widać, przynajmniej ja to tak odbieram, że gdyby to od niego zależało, to on zupełnie dopuszcza ratyfikowanie kolejnych traktatów unijnych, że prezydent Trzaskowski to w żadnym wypadku nie jest gwarancja, że Polska nie zostanie pozbawiona prawa weta, w ogóle tego nie czuje. Podsumowując tych 8 punktów.
So, when it comes to guns, he agreed not to make any harsher restrictions on guns. That's clear. When it comes to ratification of treaties, when it comes to giving away competency to the European Union, it is not very clear what Trzaskowski's stance is on this. He sort of fumbled on it, and I do not believe Trzaskowski to be a strong guarantor that Poland will not lose its right to veto in the European Union.
Punktów. W sumie to zgodził się tak naprawdę tylko z prawem do posiadania broni, przy czym zastrzegł, że również nie zamierza tutaj działać w tym kierunku, żeby tego dostępu było troszeczkę więcej, więc zgodził się tak troszeczkę w tych 3, ale tak bardzo na miękko i w sumie to warunkowo, a podpisać to w ogóle nie chciał. W związku z czym czuję się tutaj trochę zawiedziony, ponieważ gdybyśmy się zgodzili w 4 albo 3, albo chociaż 1 punkcie na 8, no to miałbym jakiś urobek z tej rozmowy, miałbym ten podpis, może te deklaracje nie miałaby już 8 punktów jak u Nawrockiego, ale miałaby chociaż 1. Natomiast nawet w tej jednej sprawie Trzaskowski nie chciał nam tego podpisać, w związku z czym przyjmuję, że raczej nie można liczyć na to, żeby tych 8 punktów dotrzymał. Można liczyć się z tym, że za prezydentury Trzaskowskiego jakieś podatki urosną, że będzie ustawa o mowie nienawiści, że dopuszczamy to, że Ukraina pojawi się w NATO, co jest dla nas bardzo dużym zagrożeniem i że w sumie z tą Unią Europejską to będzie tak jak do tej pory, że będą się na wszystko zgadzać i w sumie to się nic nie zmieni. I to w sumie
So basically, when it comes to those 8 points, Trzaskowski agreed basically only to the gun one, that there should not be any harsher regulations about guns. He sort of kind of softly agreed to 3 of the 8 points under conditions, so we cannot really say that he agreed. He did not agree to give his signature under any of the points, even those that he tepidly agreed to, which is a little bit disappointing to me. If he signed anything, if he signed any of those points, then I would at least have gained anything from this little discussion about the 8 points. And as it stands, I believe that at some point he will raise taxes, that he will be for the accession of Ukraine to NATO and sending troops, perhaps even. He will be very wobbly on the European Union, and we cannot count on him to protect Poland from losing any competency to the European Union. So that is my opinion on that matter. Now to sum up my opinion on Mr. Trzaskowski.
Najważniejsze pytanie, które też zadałem Trzaskowskiemu, co się zmieni, jeżeli on zostanie prezydentem? Bo przez całą tą rozmowę miałem wrażenie, że jeżeli Trzaskowski zostanie prezydentem, to nic się nie zmieni, to znaczy, że domknie się
Oh, sorry, we're not going to.
oczywiście. Miałem wrażenie, że jeżeli Trzaskowskiemu, co się zmieni, na wszystko zgadzać, w sumie to się nic nie zmieni.
So yes, he did not agree to signature, nothing will change. Now, he's not gonna do a summary of Trzaskowski, he's gonna go to the questions outside of the point. Sorry, I skipped a step. So I go back to retranslate what he just said, or rather translate. He said that he's gonna ask the questions now. The first question was, okay, I'm gonna translate a longer bit, like I do.
I to jest w sumie najważniejsze pytanie, które też zadałem Trzaskowskiemu. Co się zmieni, jeżeli on zostanie prezydentem? Bo przez całą tą rozmowę miałem wrażenie, że jeżeli Trzaskowski zostanie prezydentem, to nic się nie zmieni. To znaczy, że domknie się oczywiście system, że Tusk uzyska pełnię władzy, ale to nie da nic dobrego Polakom. No bo zacząłem od tej ochrony zdrowia. Przytoczyłem to, co już mówiłem na debacie, że ten mój pomysł, nasz pomysł, żeby zdecentralizować NFZ, żeby była konkurencja, żeby było jak w Niemczech czy Szwajcarii, wzięty z programu Platformy z 2011 roku, który współtworzył Rafał Trzaskowski, że Trzaskowski nie chce robić żadnej rewolucji, w ochronie zdrowia tam trzeba coś pomagać, ale żeby było zasadniczo tak jak teraz, czyli za wiele ma się w zasadzie nie zmienić. Obecny kurs i idziemy dalej w tym samym kierunku.
So basically, I asked Mr. Trzaskowski what would actually change should he be president, because from thus far from my conversation with him, I have gotten the impression that nothing much would change, that everything would stay the same, that of course Prime Minister Donald Tusk would consolidate power under Trzaskowski, he could do more things than ever, but nothing that would mean that the status quo would be preserved and nothing good would change for the citizens of Poland. Even as an example of healthcare that I have preached here, I have given him my idea that in 2011 was also his platform's idea to decentralize the National Healthcare Fund and to create competition. That was my idea during this election, and that was his. And that was his party's idea in 2011. Trzaskowski's response was that he does not plan to do any revolution, that he of course plans to reform the existing system, to give more money to the existing system, that he plans to help people here and there, but he does not plan to change the system itself in any significant way, which leaves me thinking that not much will actually change of substance if he is president.
Pytałem go wprost, co się zmieni? Jakie ustawy będą w stanie przejść za jego prezydentury, które obecnie nie były w stanie przejść? No bo prezydent Andrzej Duda zawetował całe 6 ustaw, a rząd Donalda Tuska od 1,5 roku prawie nic nie robi. No to pytanie, co się zmieni, jeżeli pan wygra? No i Trzaskowski miał problem z odpowiedzeniem na to, co się zmieni. Zaczął coś mówić, że on jako prezydent będzie miał inicjatywę ustawodawczą i będzie w stanie wrzucić do Sejmu jakieś ustawy. Przecież to jest wiceszef Platformy Obywatelskiej. W sensie ja nie kupuję tego, że on nie może poprosić 15 posłów, żeby podpisali się pod ustawą, żeby ona trafiła pod obrady Sejmu. Ja nie kupuję tego, że wiceszef Platformy nie może zadzwonić do Tuska i powiedzieć, że zależałoby mu na jakiejś ustawie, może rząd by się taką, albo chociaż posłowie w Sejmie taką ustawą zajęli. No nie widzę odpowiedzi, co by się zmieniło, poza tym, że weszłaby ustawa o mowie nienawiści, że weszłaby ta cała lewicowa ideologia. Pytałem go w końcu, całą sekcję pytań o tym mieliśmy, o tą deklarację LGBT+, którą podpisał w Warszawie w 2019 roku.
Okay, this is my cutoff point because he said a lot, okay? So basically I asked him, oh my gosh, I lost my train. I thought he said so much and now he switched to the LGBT thing. Oh my god. I was doing so well. I don't want to listen to all of this again. What was he talking about? Was he going to change? Ah, yes. Okay, I got back on track. So what he basically asked is, what is actually going to change once you're president? Because I asked him, what new bills will be able to be passed once you're president that were not able to be passed before. Right now, the Law and Justice President Andrzej Duda has blocked all 6 bills, the entirety of 6 bills, and Donald Tusk's government has not been doing anything for the last 1.5 years. And I asked Mr. Trzaskowski what new bills will happen that could not have happened now if you're president, and he started fumbling and saying he could not give me a clear answer. He said that he would have the initiative to push bills forward himself, but I don't buy that. He is the vice chairman of the currently ruling party. I don't believe that he cannot just talk to his buddies in the parliament to push a few bills to be passed. I do not buy that he cannot just call Donald Tusk and say, hey, I really care about this. Can you not push forward to signing this or that bill? I don't buy that he just cannot use his high position within the party itself to push for the signing of bills. And he could not give me a clear answer as to what bills cannot be passed now because of a Law and Justice President that could be passed if he becomes president. The only thing that I know is that the hate speech law will be passed. And of course, there's the matter of the LGBT thing that he has pushed for in 2019 that I have talked to him about. The topic of LGBT, yes, I know that, all I know is that he will push for hate speech laws and leftist ideology to be implemented in the entirety of Poland from the West. His LGBT plus bill from 2019.
Wyszło nawet trochę zabawnie, bo on tam się w tej deklaracji z 19 roku zobowiązał chociażby do tego, że powoła pełnomocnika do spraw LGBT+. No to się go pytam, po co Warszawa potrzebuje pełnomocnika do takich spraw? No i zaczął mi tłumaczyć, dlaczego to jest takie strasznie ważne, że ten pełnomocnik to jest bardzo ważna postać, że ona pomaga tym środowiskom. To pytanie, czemu go nie powołał? Bo nawet nie wiedział, że go nie powołał, myślał, że go powołał, a go nie powołał, to znaczy twierdzi, że to jest ważne. Zobowiązał się 6 lat temu w deklaracji do tego, że to jest ważne, po czym do tej pory go nie powołał i jakoś sobie ci ludzie w Warszawie żyją. Pytanie, czy rzeczywiście takiego pełnomocnika potrzebują. Natomiast
Okay, so he said that his declaration about the LGBT from 2019, I have asked him about his declaration to appoint an LGBT representative in the city of Warsaw. I have asked him why Warsaw needs such a representative, and he started explaining to me how it's a very important function, how the LGBT needs a representative, and then I reminded him that at the end of the day he did not appoint him, so he said it was important. It took him years, and he did not appoint him, and the people of Warsaw are living just fine. So I have no clue why such a position would be important in the first place, to have a representative for the LGBT. Okay, let me clarify something again. I'm not translating right now because this is a sleight of hand by Mencen. Trzaskowski himself has explained this. During their conversation, I am really not surprised by the fact that Mencen really conveniently skipped over this. But while it is true that Trzaskowski has not officially appointed a representative for the LGBT in the city of Warsaw, it is also true that there is a de facto representative for the LGBT in Warsaw. There is a governmental worker whose job is in Warsaw, among other duties, to stay in contact with the LGBT community, to listen to the community's problems, to basically be a contact between the LGBT community and the government. So it is absolutely not true that there is no such person in Warsaw. Okay, they might not be officially appointed, but it does not mean that they do not exist, if that makes sense. So that is something that Mr. Sławomir Mencen has quite frankly lied to us about. All right.
Natomiast to jest ciekawe, że to jest jedyny temat, kiedy naprawdę emocja się trochę zrobiła, że widać było, że ten temat jest dla niego bardzo ważny, że wcześniej był konfrontacyjnie nastawiony, że potrafił się nie zgadzać, ale trzymał nerwy na wodzy. A jak zaczęliśmy rozmawiać właśnie o sprawach LGBT+, zacząłem pytać o to, czy ci ludzie na pewno powinni wchodzić do szkół, zacząłem mówić, jakie to może mieć negatywne konsekwencje, no to widać było, że trochę zaczął się Trzaskowski tutaj gotować, denerwować, że ten temat jest po prostu dla niego bardzo ważny. Tylko dla mnie ten też temat jest bardzo ważny. Ja bardzo nie chcę, żeby ktoś przychodził do szkół i mówił dziewczynkom, że mają się ubierać jak chłopcy, chłopcom, że mają się ubierać jak dziewczynki, że mam się teraz zastanawiać, jakiej tak naprawdę są płci. Zdecydowanie się z czymś takim nie zgadzam i tu widać bardzo dobrze, że z Trzaskowskim jesteśmy zupełnie po dwóch stronach tej barykady, że Trzaskowski reprezentuje ludzi, którzy chcą wchodzić do szkół i robić sieczkę z mózgu naszym dzieciom, na co ja się absolutnie nie zgadzam.
Okay, so it is very interesting to point out that the topic of LGBT very clearly means a lot to Rafał Trzaskowski. When it comes to the topics before, he was confrontational, yes. We bumped head over the other topics, but when it comes to the topic of the LGBT plus, he clearly lost his temper. He clearly got heated, and it is very clear that it's a topic that he cares about a whole lot. And when I asked him about things like the LGBT community entering schools, he was in favor of it. I am, of course, against it. I am very glad that both of us are on the complete two different ends of the spectrum when it comes to disagreement. I will say that I disagree for LGBT propagandists, I guess, to enter schools and to tell girls to dress like boys and boys to dress like girls and to start wondering what gender they actually are. I do not accept this at all, and it seems like Mr. Trzaskowski, on the other hand, who completely disagrees with me, is a person that would like the LGBT to enter schools and make a complete mess out of our children's minds. So that is... I told you Manson is just a bigot at the end of the day. That is why I was so annoyed with this whole farce to begin with. I am really annoyed that at the end of the day, a far-right bigot guy can win third place, can drop out of the race, and then can say, you know what? Both of you just fight for my votes now, okay? Prove to me that you're good enough for my vote. It is so disappointing that a person like that is a deciding factor in these elections. Like, there's no bigger disappointment for me than the fact that Sławomir Mencen might decide on the course of Poland's future to a degree. Like, this whole idiotic farce with him getting both candidates to his YouTube show, just using the presidential election to boost his little YouTube to 1 million subscribers, to push his lunatic ideas even though he lost the election again. God, sometimes this country just astounds me. This country just astounds me that there were candidates that had far better ideas, that had far better solutions, that had far better programs that would be actually better for regular citizens. But no, people voted for Mencen, and even more egregiously, people voted for Grzegorz Braun over some much better candidates. Like, this is the most disappointing election that I've seen, I think. So Nawrocki is basically as bad as Trump. I mean, Nawrocki is openly trying to be a Trump, okay? Nawrocki is very, very, very desperately trying to adopt Trump's talking points during his campaign. I mean, is it okay? Let me ask you this. Is it really a coincidence that Trump's cabinet is openly endorsing Nawrocki? I don't think so. I don't think it's a coincidence that Trump's cabinet is endorsing Nawrocki. Which endorsement, by the way, we're going to be talking about today, so brace yourselves for that. That is a topic that I have prepared for today. Trump's endorsement of Nawrocki. Okay, let's continue.
Podsumowując, nie widzę żadnego powodu, żeby głosować na Rafała Trzaskowskiego. To jest człowiek, który po prostu reprezentuje tą lewicową agendę, z którą ja się nie zgadzam. To jest człowiek, który jest za ograniczeniem wolności słowa, wprowadzaniem tej ustaw o mowie nienawiści. To jest człowiek, który popiera te wszystkie transformacje klimatyczne, który popiera kierunek Unii Europejskiej, który będzie w stanie zgodzić się na przekazanie Unii Europejskiej kolejnych kompetencji. To jest człowiek, którym po prostu się w najważniejszych sprawach zwyczajnie nie zgadzam. Co więcej...
So, to sum up, I think that Rafał Trzaskowski is a man that you should absolutely not vote for. He is a representative of the leftist agenda. He is against freedom of speech. He will choose the European Union direction, and he will definitely give up Poland's competencies in favor of the European Union.
Więcej nie podoba mi się jego sposób kluczenia. W wielu wywiadach to było widać, tutaj może najmniej, bo wydusiłem od niego kilka deklaracji, których wcześniej nie udało się nikomu wydusić. Natomiast on jest taki strasznie śliski, to znaczy jak się mu zada pytanie, on potrafi bardzo dobrze zrobić tak, żeby na nie nie odpowiedzieć, troszeczkę jak Hołownia. Zwróćcie uwagę, że jak jest jakiś sukces, to jest jego sukces. Jeżeli jakieś szpitale w Warszawie pozyskały dofinansowanie, to jest jego sukces, pomimo tego, że nic nie miało z tym wspólnego, bo po prostu szpitale napisały wnioski, dostały od kogoś kasę, Trzaskowskiego tam nawet nie było. Natomiast jak w Warszawie albo w Platformie coś nie działa, ktoś zrobił jakąś głupotę, to on albo o tym nie wie, albo o tym w ogóle nie słyszał, albo to w ogóle jacyś urzędnicy, których on nie będzie cenzurował. Czyli wszystkie sukcesy to są jego, nawet jeżeli nie ma z tym nic wspólnego, a wszystkie porażki to w ogóle on nawet nie wie, o co chodzi i nie ma z tym absolutnie nic wspólnego. Trochę mnie drażni taki brak możliwości wzięcia na siebie odpowiedzialności za cokolwiek, czego przykład mieliśmy chociażby w tym wątku dotyczący afery NASK, gdzie Trzaskowski oczywiście o niczym nie wie, że on w ogóle jest zdziwiony tym, że jacyś ludzie z nim związani wydają olbrzymie pieniądze na to, żeby szkalować mnie i Nawrockiego, że on z tym to nie ma absolutnie nic wspólnego. To, że jego przyjaciele puszczają spoty, które puszczały te organizacje po tygodniu, oni nie mieli tydzień wcześniej, to w ogóle tak nie było, było zupełnie odwrotnie. Mówię mu, że demagog w takim razie pana tutaj zweryfikuje i demagog zweryfikował. I wyszło na moje. Rzeczywiście Nitras ze Szłapką na tydzień przed tymi wszystkimi płatnymi reklamami już mieli te spoty łudząco do nich podobne i puszczali je na swoich kanałach. On o niczym nie wie, on o niczym nie słyszał, on nawet nie wie, kto mu prowadzi profile na Facebooku, on w ogóle nie wie, co to jest za profil. Mówię, no pana...
Jesus Christ, he says so much, he rambles so much about Trzaskowski.
A publiczny profil na Facebooku. No, są różne profile i tak dalej. No i jak w ogóle tak można? W sensie to był bardzo denerwujący fragment tej rozmowy. Mam człowieka, którego najbliższe otoczenie, skądś, nie wiadomo skąd, wziął mnóstwo pieniędzy, żeby mnie szkalować w internecie, ale on oczywiście o niczym nie wie, on nie popiera, on w życiu, nie, ta cała Platforma Obywatelska, dajcie spokój, on w ogóle nie ma z tym nic wspólnego.
Oh my god. So much whining all of a sudden.
I jeszcze jeden...
Okay, so basically, oh my god, he did, oh god. What was he talking about before he started crying about Trzaskowski's? Oh my god, I lost train of thought again because he just jumps from topic to topic to topic to topic. Oh my god. What did he say before he started crying? Oh yeah, okay, let me take this from the top. So basically, I don't like that Trzaskowski is such a slippery guy. I don't like that Trzaskowski likes to, and this has been visible in many other interviews, he does everything that he can do to very eloquently not answer any questions. He basically like many other politicians, will say that all of these successes are his. When hospitals are doing good, it's not just because the hospitals asked for money and received them and Trzaskowski was not even there. No, it's all thanks to Trzaskowski. But when something bad happens, when some mistakes are being made in Warsaw, then he had nothing to do with it. He didn't know. It was just some governmental workers that he will not censor. And all the successes are his, and all the mistakes and all the bad things that are happening had nothing to do with him, and he just doesn't know. And I don't like this sort of lack of accountability and the ability to accept any responsibility for one's actions. The other thing is that Trzaskowski absolutely refuses to acknowledge the smear campaign that was done against me and Nawrocki, the spots that his colleagues had weeks before them being officially published on the internet. Of course, he doesn't know anything. He had no clue. He would never partake in any of this. While me and Nawrocki were being smeared, lied about, there was a whole campaign. But of course, Trzaskowski would not be none the wiser, even though all of his buddies were in on it. There was magically a big amount of money pumped in to discredit me, to discredit his presidential candidate opponent. It's also horrible. Oh no, woe is me. And Trzaskowski refuses to accept responsibility for any of it. That's basically the gist of this little crybaby rant. I hope I managed to translate it accurately. All right. I think this is going actually pretty quickly. That is actually a very accurate summary of the whole thing. Mencken is bitching that politicians are politicians. Yes. If you haven't liked the stream yet, then please do. I am doing a live translation of a little bit of a speech by Mr. Mencken. Alright, let us continue. I thought this would take us a lot longer than I thought, but it seems like you will admit that I'm going through this a lot faster than the previous stuff, right? You will admit that I'm able to wham bam, thank you ma'am, translate a lot in a fairly fast order.
Detal. Rozmowa odbywała się u mnie w kancelarii, zarówno nic wspólnego. I jeszcze jeden detal.
No politician ever paid for ads against their opponents. No politician ever took responsibility for their success and not for their losses. Of course.
Rozmowa odbywała się u mnie w kancelarii. Zarówno otoczenie Trzaskowskiego, jak i Nawrockiego zostało zaproszone tutaj do gabinetów, żeby mogli czekać w trakcie, kiedy my tutaj nagrywamy, bo w samym studiu nagrań było bardzo mało osób. I powiem Wam, że była duża różnica pomiędzy zachowaniem się otoczenia Nawrockiego oraz Trzaskowskiego. Otoczenie Nawrockiego było wybitnie kulturalne i moi pracownicy nie mieli z nimi żadnych problemów, natomiast otoczenie Trzaskowskiego troszeczkę mniej. To znaczy syf, jaki po sobie zostawili w gabinetach, to jest coś dziwnego. W sensie absolutnie się tego nie spodziewałem, nie dowiedziałem się o tym w dniu nagrania, tylko dopiero po weekendzie, kiedy wróciłem do biura, ale to było po prostu dziwne. Czyli to nie zarzut do Rafała Trzaskowskiego czy pani Wioli Paprockiej, którzy byli razem ze mną tutaj w miejscu, gdzie było nagranie, tylko do całego ich otoczenia. No, ja bym się w ten sposób nie zachował, ja bym po sobie u kogoś takiego syfu to raczej nie zostawił. No i
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was this aside? Okay, so he basically said that while the core team, that he basically that he had this the two conversations with two candidates in his office, while the core team, while the few people from both teams were with him in his room, the rest of the teams stayed outside, and there was this stark difference between Nawrocki's team and Trzaskowski's team. and that Narodski's team was very polite. They were all very nice, and that I guess Trzaskowski's team left a horrible mess. Yes, they left a horrible mess after themselves. Like, Menson felt the need to mention that Trzaskowski's team that waited outside of the, the space where the conversation was recorded, that they have left a horrible mess after themselves, and that Menson did not learn about that at the day of the conversation, that he learned about it after the weekend after returning to his office, and that he is shocked and appalled, and that it is not something that he is holding against Trzaskowski himself, but it is his team, and his team left a horrible mess, and I have no clue why he decided that he needed to talk about it, but it is what it is. No, he meant a regular physical mess. Yeah, in his building, yeah. Like, he meant that the team of Trzaskowski that was waiting outside of the recording room left a horrible mess. And that is shocking to him. Okay.
Teraz oczywiście temat, który niestety przykrył rozmowę z Rafałem Trzaskowskim, czyli to słynne już piwo u mnie w pubie. Było tak, że zaraz po zakończeniu rozmowy ludzie ze sztabu Trzaskowskiego powiedzieli, że idą teraz na piwo do mojego pubu, no i że zapraszają. No to pojechałem, jestem gospodarzem, jestem właścicielem tego miejsca. Skoro jadą do mnie, no też przecież mogę pojechać, napić się z nimi tego piwa. Uważam to za zupełnie naturalne. Ktoś przyjechał do mnie do Torunia, był gościem w mojej kancelarii, potem jedzie do mojego pubu, to dalej mogę z nim pojechać. Jeżeli mogę rozmawiać z Trzaskowskim u siebie w kancelarii, to mogę też rozmawiać z Trzaskowskim u siebie w pubie. To jest naprawdę moja sprawa, z kim i kiedy piję piwo i mam do tego prawo, tak jak każdy inny człowiek. Natomiast niestety opinia publiczna odebrała to troszeczkę inaczej, jak jakiś wyraz poparcia mój dla Rafała Trzaskowskiego, którego nigdy nie wyraziłem. Każdy, kto oglądał tę debatę, widział, że nie popieram Rafała Trzaskowskiego. Każdy, kto śledził tą kampanię wyborczą, widział, że nie popieram Rafała Trzaskowskiego. Więc jeżeli ktoś po wyjściu na piwo uznał, że jednak popieram Rafała Trzaskowskiego, no to naprawdę już nic nie poradzę. Absolutnie nie było to moją intencją. Natomiast pojechaliśmy do tego pubu. W środku był już Radosław Sikorski, który...
Okay, I'm gonna cut off here and then continue translating, okay? Well, Menson is a YouTuber, lol. What a thing to bitch. I know. I have no clue why he felt the need to mention the whole mess thing. We're very weird. It's very weird to me. Okay, so basically what he said now, that after the recording had been concluded, Trzaskowski's team said that they're gonna go for a beer now, and they invited him to come. He said, I said, I might as well come with you for a beer. Because if they agreed to come to talk to me in my office in Toruń, and if I can talk to Trzaskowski in my office, then I might as well talk to him, in a pub while drinking a beer. It is my business who I talk to, but the public opinion has taken it differently. They thought that if I go for a beer with Trzaskowski and his team, that means that I endorse him. That does not mean that me drinking beer with Trzaskowski is not a sign of my endorsement. If you've seen my conversation with him, then you would know that I do not endorse him. If you have seen my presidential campaign, then you would know that I do not endorse him. If all it takes for me to drink a beer with someone for people to conclude that I endorse him, then I don't know what to say. That is all that I have to say about that. When we reached the pub, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sikorski, was already inside. Yeah, he said that my pub. He said my pub, but I feel like when he says my pub, okay, I'm gonna steel man him a little bit. When he says my pub, I feel like he meant the pub in my city, you know? I don't think he's the literal owner of the pub. I might be mistaken. Maybe he is actually the literal owner of the pub when they all drank. But I feel like what he meant was the pub in my city. But he did say, yeah, he did use the words my pub.
Który oglądał tam debatę, usiedliśmy tam w parę osób przy stole, wypiliśmy wtedy po jednym piwie, była właśnie ta rozmowa o NATO, gdzie Sikorski coś tam tłumaczył Trzaskowskiemu, wymieniliśmy kilka uwag w ogóle dotyczących tej kampanii wyborczej, przypominaliśmy sobie, jakie tam sobie nawzajem przykre rzeczy o sobie mówiliśmy w ramach tej kampanii. Sikorski mi mówił, że jak już będę ministrem finansów, no to wtedy przestaną mi się podobać niskie i proste podatki, z czym się akurat wyjątkowo nie zgadzam. No krótka, nie wiem, z półgodzinna może rozmowa. Pod koniec był taki incydent, że część ludzi będących u mnie w pubie zaczęło krzyczeć coś na Trzaskowskiego z Sikorskim. Trochę mnie to zdziwiło, bo wcześniej atmosfera była naprawdę sympatyczna i kulturalna. W sensie, kiedy wchodziliśmy, czy to Sikorski, czy Trzaskowski, czy ja do pubu, wszyscy sobie robili zdjęcia. W sensie cały czas było normalnie. Kiedy oni potem wychodzili, też było normalnie. Wszyscy odebrali to jako sympatyczny gest, tą wizytę, ale było parę osób, które znosiło jakieś okrzyki w pewnym momencie. Przez chwilę, potem z pracy się dowiedziałem, że to radny PiS-u. W związku z czym dementuję jakieś tutaj informacje, że stali bywalcy pubu zaczęli krzyczeć, to jacyś pisowcy zaczęli krzyczeć, bywalcy pubu Mensa nie mieli z tego absolutnie, z tym absolutnie.
Wait, it is his pub. The pub is called Mensen. The pub is actually called Mensen, so I guess it is his pub.
Żadnego problemu. I jeszcze jedna rzecz. Pisowcy zaczęli krzyczeć, bywalcy pubu Mensa nie mieli z tego absolutnie, z tym absolutnie
Yeah, it is his pub.
żadnego problemu. I jeszcze jedna rzecz. Tak, przy wejściu do mojego
How weird.
pubu jest lista gości, których nie obsługujemy i żadnego problemu. I jeszcze jedna rzecz. Tak, przy wejściu do mojego pubu jest lista
No,
gości,
it is his pub.
których nie obsługujemy i my ich nie obsługujemy. Natomiast na tej liście nigdy nie było ani Trzaskowskiego, ani Sikorskiego, dlatego normalnie zostali tam obsłużeni. Pamiętam nawet jak z 2 lata temu, może rok temu.
Okay, I'm gonna cut off here. God, he talks so much. So he basically said that, of course, low and simple for whom? Well, we will never learn, I guess, because Mensen did not become president. Okay, so he said that when we went inside of my pub, we have gotten the confirmation that it is actually his pub. It is named after him. They sat down with Sikorski and Trzaskowski. They talked a little bit. Sikorski explained to Trzaskowski a little bit about NATO. Then they talked about stuff for about half an hour, and then they exchanged little funny stories about the election. They exchanged all the mean and hurtful things that they said about one another. And then after they each drank one beer, and then they left, and there was an incident near the end of the meeting, which was surprising to Mensen because throughout the whole thing, the atmosphere was pretty nice, chill. People were taking photos. People were being generally very friendly. Everything was cool. But by the end, there were a few people that were shouting weird things at Trzaskowski and Sikorski. And it turns out that they were members of the Long Justice Party. They were not customers. They were not regular customers of the Mensen pub. So Mensen was doing his best to clarify that no customers of his, no voters of his were being rude, that it was Law and Justice Party people. And he also said that there's a list in front of near the entrance to his pub, there is a list of customers that they do not accept into the pub, and that neither Sikorski nor Trzaskowski were ever on that list, and that is his business who he accepts into the pub and who he drinks with in the pub. So not only a lawyer, I think he is not a lawyer. I think he's just a tax advisor, which is not exactly a lawyer. But yes, he's a tax advisor. He owns a pub and a YouTube channel. Yes, a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel, which is important. And all of his videos have been having at least 1 million views as of late. Just a normal everyday guy concerned about the common man who owns a pub and a financial advisory business. What a joke. Yeah, I know. How old do you think he is? I actually didn't know how old he was. Like, I assume that since he always promoted himself as this guy for young people, he always positioned himself throughout the campaign as this young people's guy. How old do you think he is? I did not know how old he was till recently. I assumed that he was much younger than he actually is. Do you know how old this guy is? This hip candidate that young people like so much? Guess his age, if you don't know already. Look at him and guess his age. Give me his age, based on his looks. I'm not sure if Lettuce already knows his age. Do not look it up, by the way. Without looking it up, tell me what his age is in your opinion. Shoot me. Shoot me with his age. I hope anybody will. I don't know, like 16? Okay, let's not go that low. 35? He is 38. He is 38, to be exact. A little under 40. Okay, Greater Rain guessed it correctly. Like, I naively assumed that if he is such a young people's person, then he surely must be young himself, but I guess I was mistaken. Alright, let's continue. He rambles a lot, oh my god.
Sikorski przyszedł do mojego pubu i robił sobie zdjęcia z pewnym nawet żalem, że nie ma go na tej liście. Więc Sikorskiego i Trzaskowskiego nigdy nie było na liście gości.
So Sikorski took a picture and he even was a little sad that he was not on the list of people that were persona non grata.
Których nie obsługujemy. Ta lista rzeczywiście jest trochę przestarzała, muszę ją zaktualizować, natomiast ich na tej liście nigdy nie było. Więc wyjście na to piwo nie było żadnym poparciem, było zwyczajnym, normalnym wyjściem na piwo. Byłem tam gospodarzem, to byli moi goście. Żałuję jedynie tego, że przykryło to rozmowę z Trzaskowskim. Przyznaję, że tego nie rozumiem. Jeżeli ktoś źle życzy Trzaskowskiemu, to powinien nagłaśniać tą rozmowę z Trzaskowskim tutaj. To znaczy, gdy dostawał ciężkie pytania, gdzie pokazywał, jak bardzo się z nami nie zgadza. Natomiast masa ludzi zaczęła tylko mówić o tym piwie zamiast o tej rozmowie, czego zupełnie nie rozumiem. Jakie według mnie skutki były tego piwa? No, niekorzystne raczej dla Trzaskowskiego. To znaczy skutek był taki, że trochę to zdemobilizowało lewicę. To znaczy lewica najpierw patrzy, że on tu się ze mną nie zgadza, potem gości u mnie na piwie. Wam przypominam, że jeszcze 2 lata temu, jak Szymon Marciniak był na moim evencie, to potem o mało nie stracił możliwości prowadzenia Ligi Mistrzów, a teraz nagle wpada tutaj minister spraw zagranicznych z kandydatem na prezydenta i nic się nie dzieje, co oznacza, że można pójść na piwo z Mencenem i nie stracić sobie, nie zepsuć sobie przy okazji kariery, więc dużą pracę wykonaliśmy przez te 2 lata. No i z drugiej strony to bardzo zmobilizowało prawą stronę, to znaczy to zamieszanie z tym związane. Jestem przekonany, że nagoniło bardzo dużo głosów Karolowi Nawrockiemu, więc to były krótkoterminowe konsekwencje wyjścia na piwo. A długoterminowe.
Okay, so the short-term consequences of my beer outing with these are the short-term consequences of my outing to go drink beer with Trzaskowski and Sikorski. I'm very surprised that people talked about this more than about my conversation with Trzaskowski. Those who dislike Trzaskowski, I would think that they should be advertising my conversation with him more than my drinking beer with him. But that happened. It is what it is. It seems like it demobilized the left a little bit because they looked at me first disagreeing. They looked at him disagreeing with me during the conversation, during which I asked him difficult questions. And then they saw that I just went and drank beer with him. So they felt like that was a little bit off. And I feel like that outing short term has simply gained a lot of votes for Nawrocki. I feel like the outing, it feels like me going to drink a beer with Trzaskowski has ended up as a net positive for Nawrocki, and also there used to be a person that came to my pub and drank beer, and their career was ruined. And now the Minister of Foreign Affairs and presidential candidate were in my pub, and everything is fine. So I guess we did one hell of a PR job during the last few years, the last 2 years. I will say that the Confederacy Party has been trying to be more mainstream, more appealing to normal people, which is why they actually kicked out Grzegorz Braun from the party. That's right, Grzegorz Braun, the lunatic, used to be in the same party as Mensen, but since they decided that they want to be a more, at least when it comes to public opinion, they wanted to create an image of a much more saner and palatable party, so they kicked Grzegorz Braun out. He thinks his culture war BS and meaningless declarations are hard-hitting questions. I mean, yeah, he does, and unfortunately, I think that a lot of his base will agree with him. That's the saddest part of it all. That a lot of his base will agree that they were hard questions. We're like, yeah, you show him, Sławomir, you show him, Sławek, you tell him, no LGBT in schools, no trans surgeries. You get him. Well, no, whatever. That's neither here nor there. I want to hear what he will say. The long-term repercussions of the beer adventure were.
Nowo, sprawa jest według mnie oczywista. Konfederacja nigdy nie może stać się przystawką PiS-u czy Platformy. Ostatnio mnóstwo osób w głowie sobie wymyśliło, że w 2027 roku to na pewno będzie koalicja PiS-Konfederacja, no bo Konfederacja nic innego nie może zrobić. Tylko zobaczcie, jakie to ma konsekwencje. Wyobraźcie sobie negocjacje koalicyjne z PiS-em w roku 2027 z takim nastawieniem w głowach, że Konfederacja absolutnie w ogóle się nie może sprzeciwić, nie może mieć swojej linii, ma być podległa PiS-owi, bo jak nie, to oni nas wtedy ze swoimi mediami i ludźmi na Twitterze naskoczą na nas i wmówią nam, że my jesteśmy teraz agentami Tuska, że chcemy tutaj niemieckich rządów w Polsce, że jesteśmy bardzo złymi ludźmi i zdradziliśmy Polskę, bo nie chcemy na wszystko zgodzić się PiS-owi. Powiedzą nam, to weźcie sobie Ministerstwo Kultury, może jeszcze Ministerstwo Sportu, pozwólcie nam dalej kraść i robić swoje i się w nic nie mieszajcie, no bo wtedy my tak wam pomachamy tutaj palcem i wszyscy na was skoczą, tak jak wtedy przy tym piwie i zostaniecie agentami Tuska. No ja nigdy się na takie...
Oh my god.
Postawienie sytuacji nie zgodzę. Jest zupełnie oczywiste i to wie każdy, kto negocjował chociażby zakup marchewki na bazarze. Jeżeli się od razu idzie do kogoś i mówi, jesteś jedyną moją alternatywą, wezmę od Ciebie wszystko po każdej cenie i Ci jeszcze od razu za to zapłacę, to pozycja negocjacyjna jest wtedy na bardzo niskim poziomie. Trzeba mieć możliwość rozmowy z każdym i licytacji w górę. Kto da więcej, a nie jak bardzo zostanę upokorzony. To jest absolutnie oczywiste. Ja przyznaję, że kompletnie nie rozumiem polskich polityków, którzy w polityce zagranicznej, reprezentując Polskę, stawiają tylko na jedną stronę, polegają na obcej sile i boją się negocjować. To jest coś okropnego, w sensie, jak widzę, jak polscy politycy...
Oh my god, the implication of that. Okay, I'm gonna cut off here and I'm gonna translate what he just said. Okay, so he said, it is obvious to me that my party, the Confederacy, cannot just be some add-on to the Civic Coalition or to the Law and Justice Party. It is clear to me, some people have said that there should be a coalition between Confederacy and Law and Justice in 2027. I don't see it that way at all. We would probably be in the shadow of Law and Justice, who would tell us, put up, shut up, let us do our thing. Maybe we'll give you the Ministry of Culture. Maybe we'll give you some other ministry like sports. You have to let us steal and do whatever you want. Otherwise, we will just smear you, like during this beer meeting with Trzaskowski and Sikorski. You're going to be declared as the agent of Donald Tusk and the agents of German interests. You're going to be marginalized. We're going to bury you. And that is something that I cannot accept. I will never agree to. We will win on our own terms. What else did he said? What else did he say? What else did he say? What else did he say there at the end? He said something more. I know that he said more.
grają na obcej sile i boją się
Yes, he also complained how he said that it is obvious that his party, which something that anybody who even bought anything on the market, any vegetable on the market, if you go to somebody and say, you're my only alternative, I'll take everything from you and I will pay you right now, that you're leaving yourself in a very weak negotiation position, and that he's shocked that in international relations Poland is just focusing on one side, accepting all the terms and playing possum. Basically, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it outright. The implication of what Mencken is saying is that Poland should be negotiating with both Ukraine and Russia, and playing with them both and sort of choosing which side would offer Poland more to get into a strong negotiating position, which is that is a stupid way to approach this particular topic. I'm sorry. And that is the implication of what he just said about foreign relations, which is why I'm so glad that Mencken is as far away from the presidential office as physically possible. If that would be his foreign affairs policy, to just, do dealings with both Russia and Ukraine.
To jest coś okropnego, w sensie jak widzę, jak polscy politycy zabierają się czy do kupna uzbrojenia, czy budowy elektrowni jądrowej, czy nawiązywania jakichś sojuszy, gdzie od samego początku mówią, kupimy od was, tylko nam powiedzcie po ile, albo zrobimy jądrowej, czy nawiązywania jakichś sojuszy, gdzie od samego politycy zabierają się czy do kupna uzbrojenia, czy budowy elektrowni jądrowej, czy nawiązywania jakichś sojuszy, gdzie od samego początku mówią, kupimy od was, tylko nam powiedzcie po ile, albo zrobimy wszystko, co wy chcecie, tylko nie bądźcie dla nas niemili. To jest po prostu okropne, tak się nie negocjuje.
So I don't like their negotiation when it comes to buying weapons, building reactors, when they say, just tell us what to buy and for how much and we'll buy it, and don't be mean to us. I think it's horrible and I don't like this sort of negotiation tactic.
A ci ludzie w ten sposób dbają o nasze interesy, no i wszyscy widzimy, jak im wychodzi.
And these people, this is how those people are fighting for interests, and these are the results.
Dokładnie te same prawa rządzą w polityce krajowej. Ja nie mogę być uzależniony od PiS-u czy od Platformy. Ja nie mogę dawać się szantażować jednym czy drugim, że mam zrobić tak, bo jak nie, to zostanę jakimś zdrajcą czy agentem drugiej strony. No nie. Jesteśmy samodzielną siłą polityczną i będziemy robili to, co jest zgodne z naszym interesem. Będę rozmawiał z każdym i mam nadzieję, że uda się dzięki temu sprawić, żeby w Polsce w końcu coś się zmieniło. Ja zamierzam naprawdę rozbić ten duopol. Ja zamierzam sprawić, żeby Tusk z Kaczyńskim po prostu stracili w Polsce władzę. I ja nie mogę przykleić się czy do PiS-u, czy do Platformy. W związku z czym długoterminowo to jest niezwykle ważne piwo. To znaczy wiadomo, że to było spontaniczne, natomiast to się wpisuje w całą strategię nie przyklejania się ani do PiS-u, ani do Platformy. Już teraz Sikorski chodzi po mediach i mówi, że on sobie wyobraża koalicję z Konfederacją. Już teraz się nasz wizerunek normalizuje w oczach ludzi takich bliższych centrum, którzy nie...
Which is horrible, okay? Which is horrible that the Confederacy is becoming PR friendly. That Confederacy is becoming, oh my god, okay, I'm gonna translate.
Są skrajnie ani z jednej, ani z drugiej strony. To są pozytywne skutki tego wyjścia na piwo. Więc rozumiem, że wielu ludzi poczuło się skonfundowanych, no ale na tym polega polityka, że się z różnymi ludźmi rozmawia i nie wolno przytulać się do jednej albo do drugiej strony za bardzo, bo to się po prostu bardzo źle kończy. Przyznaję, że dziwię się, że są
Oh my god!
doświadczeni politycy, którzy uważali, że to był błąd. Nie, to nie był błąd, to właśnie coś, co należało było zrobić i jestem zadowolony, że to zrobiłem, bo widzę bardzo dużo pozytywnych konsekwencji wynikających z tego wyjścia na piwo, a tak jak zadeklarowałem. Gdyby Nawrocki mnie zaprosił na piwo, to też bym na nie poszedł, ale przyjechał to o godzinie 13, miałem tylko kilka minut, żeby potem u siebie w gabinecie z nim porozmawiać, spieszył się na spotkanie do Sochaczewa, to piwa nie wypiliśmy. Trzaskowski miał czas, to piwo wypiliśmy. No, w innych okolicznościach wypiłbym piwo i z Tuskiem, i z Kaczyńskim, bo politycy muszą ze sobą rozmawiać. Uważam, że ta wojna dwóch plemion, że jedni drugich tylko by bili i nie są w stanie normalnie porozmawiać, to jest coś, z czym po prostu należy skończyć. Politycy muszą ze sobą rozmawiać, to jest coś absolutnie normalnego i każda partia musi wyczuć o swoim interesie, nie dać się szantażować w żaden sposób ani jednej, ani drugiej stronie.
Yeah. So basically what he is saying is, okay, I'm going to translate now this very long rant. So he said that the same negotiation tactic applies to domestic policy, that applies to foreign policy. His party cannot be either a part of Law and Justice. It cannot be part of the Civic Coalition. He is independent. His party is an independent political force. He wants to end the duopoly of Law and Justice and the Civic Coalition. He wants to take power away from them both. And to that end, this beer with Trzaskowski was actually very smart and very amazing and very tactical, because it actually shows that he is no one's lackey, that he will talk to everybody, and he hates that politicians don't talk. He hates this tribalism where those two parties in charge hate one another. If Nawrocki had time, he would have drank beer with Nawrocki, but he didn't, so he didn't drink beer with him. If Kaczynski wanted to beer with him and Donald Tusk, and he would have, because he is sick of them just hating each other. They need to talk. Politicians talking is a normal thing, so you would have had a beer with them all. And he doesn't understand why some politicians claimed that his beer with Trzaskowski was a bad thing. It was a great thing. It was a great tactical move on his end. And actually, it was amazing. And it just establishes him as his own man, as his own independent, powerful force in politics. And long term, it is really important, because he will shake things up. That's basically the gist of what he has said in that whole ramble. All right. Johnson doesn't like when people hate each other unless it's against the gays. True. True and real.
Podsumowując całe nagranie, obydwie rozmowy, jestem głęboko przekonany, że macie swoje rozumy. Naprawdę nikt wam nie musi mówić, na kogo macie głosować. Wy doskonale wiecie, do kogo wam jest bliżej. Zagłosujcie tak, jak mówi wam wasze sumienie. Zagłosujcie tak, jak mówi wam wasz rozum. Wy naprawdę nie potrzebujecie ode mnie tutaj żadnego wskazania. Jestem przekonany, że pomogłem wam w dokonaniu wyboru na tyle, na ile mogłem, że dobrze wykorzystałem ten czas między pierwszą i drugą turą. Przybliżyłem wam obydwu kandydatów, zmusiłem ich trochę do tego, żeby się wam tutaj trochę lepiej zaprezentowali. I to wy musicie podjąć teraz decyzję, co z tym zrobicie. Mogę tylko zaapelować, żebyście poszli na te wybory i zagłosowali zgodnie ze swoim sumieniem, zgodnie ze swoim rozumem. Jeżeli wy nie wybierzecie sobie prezydenta, no to inni wybiorą wam prezydenta. Ten może być gorszy od tego, do którego wam było bliżej, ale z jakiegoś powodu na niego nie zagłosowaliście. Jest dwóch kandydatów, obaj mają swoje wady. Wolałbym, żeby prezydentem był ktoś inny spoza tej dwójki, na przykład ja. Nie bez powodu startowałem w tych wyborach, ale niestety już mnie w tych wyborach nie ma, już nie jestem kandydatem. Zostało dwóch kandydatów z wadami. Zagłosujcie na tego, do którego jest wam bliżej, bo inaczej może być jeszcze gorzej. Myślę, że pomogłem wam na tyle, na ile mogłem. Reszta jest w waszych rękach. Napiszcie w komentarzu, na kogo zamierzacie zagłosować w tych wyborach. Bardzo wam dziękuję za uwagę. Bardzo wam dziękuję za pomoc w tej kampanii, za wszystkie głosy i do zobaczenia.
So what he basically said is, I believe you have your own brains. I believe you have your own minds. Vote according to your conscience, because if you won't, somebody else will vote and decide for a president for you, and you might end up with a president that is not closer to your own option, and you will regret it. I think that I have done a good job in bringing you those two candidates closer between the first and the second round. I believe that I have forced them to show their true selves to you a little bit, and the rest I leave to you. I believe you can do it. I believe you can make the right choice. And all I can say is, please go vote. Please take part in the voting process. And thank you for all of your support. I would rather that somebody else became president besides these two candidates, for example, me, because there's a reason why I took part in the election as a candidate. But anyway, thank you very much, and see you. That is basically, and again, the gist of what was being said. Yeah, Lettuce says, yeah, so first 2 minutes were about Law and Justice Party candidate. The entire rest of the video was about Trzaskowski. Very reasonable and unbiased. Well, by default, he endorses Nawrocki. Yeah. He didn't endorse him outright, but he outright said that he does not endorse Trzaskowski, which I will say he did not say that about Nawrocki. Okay? He said that he does not endorse Trzaskowski, but he did not say that he does not endorse Nawrocki, which is many Polish media have reported on this by saying that Mencen has not endorsed any of the candidates. The reality of the situation is that he is endorsing Trzaskowski. He's just doing it in a little bit of a more subtle way. Mencen is a far-right lunatic, Nawrocki is a far-right lunatic. Yeah, that's true. So he just didn't say outright that he endorses Nawrocki, but sadly, he said that he absolutely does not endorse Trzaskowski, and he did not say the same thing for Nawrocki. Mencen is of the libertarian flavor, far-right lunatic. Yeah, that's right. All right. Nawrocki is a swamp, a favor far-right lunatic. All right. So, what do you think? How did you like my translation of this? I want to see on YouTube how long this has taken me. I want to see if it took me like super long to translate the entirety of this. The video was 40 minutes. And actually, the translation took me a little bit over 2 hours. And I took toilet breaks. I had a size that will probably shave off because I'll put some of the little asides I will probably shave off in editing, so it will be a little bit 2 hours give or take. So that's good. That's good. I was able to do it quite swiftly, which I'm glad. Oh, okay. It is now 4 a.m. We still have some stuff to do. We still have some stuff to talk about. I am very glad that, you have learned some things about Polish politics. Help Lucy in her quest to achieve minimum wage for her translation services by subscribing for $5.99 or free with Twitch Prime, or join. I mean, there's nobody watching on Twitch right now, Filip August, so I'm not sure if your advertising is reaching anybody. I'm not sure if this is reaching anybody, since considering that there's nobody list. Fake it till you make it always. Nawrocki wants to disassemble the government for his and his party's benefit, while Mencen wants to disassemble government by his incompetence. True. I still remember the fact that Mencen would run away from all of his interviews on a scooter. Like, I'm never going to forget the fact that Mencen ran away from all of his interviews. He actively ran away from the press on a scooter, which was comical. He was a very comical candidate, I'll tell you that. Okay, so we have reached Lucy Nabi advertisement. Listen, I don't have millions like Hassan Nabi, okay? I'm not a rich content creator like Hassan, okay? I need support. I need your support, okay? It's just two sides of the same coin. So if you like what I do, then please join lucyhaze.org/live and consider donating or subscribing, because I need monies to be able to go to Ukraine, okay? I need money to be able to do more stuff regarding kidnapped children. Please help me. Or something. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, okay? What's gonna happen is I'm gonna go grab a drink, grab a drink. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, and then if greater rank indicates that they are still here, I will play a few days in kindergarten, and then we'll do a few political topics, and we'll see. I know, Lucy, for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Yeah, exactly. If you have a Twitch, if you have an Amazon Prime, then yeah, by all means, give it to me, please. So yes, I will be right back. In the meantime, if you wish for me to do something else than what I'm doing right now, indicate it in the chat. And that is it. Lock in, chat. Yes, please lock in. Please lock in. And please encourage streamers that are streaming right now to maybe raid me. You know, we need to grow. Bye, Emily. We need to grow an audience. We need to grow beyond the level of a micro creator. I am here, but well, there's a but. Then I'm not gonna be doing kindergarten. If you're gonna be gone, I have to depart momentarily. Well, I guess we're not gonna do kindergarten then. Kindergarten is a thing that I do when you're here. All right. I'm going to go grab a drink and go back and do a few topics then. Then I guess we're not going to do a game. We're going to do politics. We're going to do a few political topics. Well, so I'm excited. Are you excited for more politics from Lucy Haza? Even though the entirety of my audience is departing as I speak. As I speak, the entirety of the audience is departing. The departed. All right. All right. At least Lattice is here with me. Can we do that game? Yes. Yes, we can. I'll be right back with a drink and with a toilet visit. Quack? Quack a quink, huh? Okay, I'm gonna go and quack also. Listen, you stay here, Vladimir. You stay here. You don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Alright. Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready to continue tonight. Alright. Lucy, I see you learning in to read chat. Maybe you should make the font larger. I cannot make it the font larger because oh my gosh, my glasses are dirty. I cannot make the font larger because I'm reading it on the maybe I could. Oh, my dog came here for me. Oh. Alright, Lucy. Everyone on YouTube, follow these people. I can rate Lucy once they hit 1000, all based lefties. Noisy? Oh, nice. Okay, will they raid me then? Alright, let's continue. I have a topic, okay, because I'm glad I did the Manson thing first. Oh, how many viewers do they have? I sound like such a... I feel so bad now for asking. Vegcom would, yes, Vegcom would. I think we have built a nice bridge with Vegcom, definitely. Okay. 40? Oh, are they on YouTube or on Twitch? Will they raid me? She's live. Oh, okay. Twitch. Oh my gosh, will I receive 40 Twitch viewers? Alright, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a Twitch raid then. Alright, let's continue. We must grow. We must fight for growth. Okay, I'm actually very, very happy that I did the Manson thing first because Manson has said that was a very strong point of contention for him with Karol Nawrocki. He has said, and I will repeat it right now. He said, I do not like it when foreign politicians endorse Polish presidential candidates because foreign politicians will not give their endorsement for the sake of the Polish interest. They will be giving the endorsement for the sake of foreign interest. Okay? That was in the context of Nawrocki's visit to the United States and a little photo shoot with Donald Trump, which was treated as basically Donald Trump endorsing Karol Nawrocki for the presidential seat. That was how the perception was, and I actually think that was an endorsement. And there is further evidence of that, seeing as, and this is the headline, Trump's Homeland Security chief tells Poles to vote for right-winger in presidential election. And let's not just take the headline for it, okay? Let's not just trust the headline. We will be watching this short video that depicts the endorsement itself, and then we will talk about it a little bit, okay? Maybe it's a little bit too big now. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare to edit. I'm feeling a bit tired. Oh my god. Okay. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it and let's, I guess, see what we can glimpse.
The U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said that Karol Nawrocki should be the next president of Poland. Speaking at the CPAC conference in Rzeszów in Poland's southeast, Noem also criticized his run-off rival and Warsaw mayor, Rafał Trzaskowski.
I just had the opportunity to meet with Karol, and listen,
And yes, I have a lot to say about this endorsement. I'm gonna be pausing and I'm gonna be commenting because I have pre-watched this a little clip, and the irony is off the charts.
he needs to be the next president of Poland. Do you understand me? It matters who's in charge. I have watched over the years as socialists and people that are just like this mayor out of Warsaw, that is an absolute train wreck of a leader, have destroyed our countries because they have led by fear. They have used fear to control people, and they've used fear to promote an agenda that is not what liberty is about.
So the Homeland Security chief is saying that Trzaskowski is leading by fear. That is not what liberty is about. And she said it while, I guess, warning Polish people that Trzaskowski is ruining the city that he is in charge of, and that he is pushing an agenda. So basically, fear-mongering, basically pushing a fear message. You should be afraid of Trzaskowski because he will push a dangerous left-wing communist socialist agenda. He will destroy the city. But you know what? Ruling by fear is not what liberty is about. What a train wreck of a leader. There is a very clear reason why Trump's cabinet is endorsing Nawrocki. And that is because Trump and Nawrocki are extremely ideologically aligned. When Trump went ahead and threw tariffs at Europe and including Poland, Nawrocki praised the tariffs, he praised Trump, he criticized Europe and Poland for the tariffs. He said that it was because of bad European policy. He said that it is because of Poland's anti-American attitude that Trump is so tough when it comes to tariffs. He is basically a Trump stooge. No matter what Trump does, says, everything is good because Poland needs a good relationship with the United States. No matter what, no matter how servile, no matter how very bad no matter how bad that relationship is. And that worries me a lot in the context of Ukraine, for example, where Trump is very visibly abandoning Ukraine, where Trump is very openly defending Vladimir Putin at every step of the way, when Trump is unwilling to do any sort of decisive move against Russia, pressure-wise, or even negotiations-wise. It's a very sad thing to witness, and I sincerely would not like a Polish president that would just basically parrot that line, that would just say, oh yes, President Trump is right. Ukraine should be more thankful. Ukraine should actually give away territories because Nawrocki could very well adopt a line of, you know what? Who cares if those 4 regions of Ukraine go to Russia or not? Poland will be safe either way. Like, there will be peace, and as long as there's peace, we don't really care how much territory Ukraine keeps. I'm pretty sure that at least one of the presidential candidates during this campaign has expressed such an opinion. I'm not exactly sure if Nawrocki in particular has said that, but I know that there is a zero chance that he could adopt such a stance should Trump push for it really, really hard. Nawrocki is also very much against Ukraine being in NATO, which is also in line with Donald Trump's policy, I suppose. It has nothing to do with Trump, but he is also against Ukraine joining the European Union, which is very interesting to me. Only his victory would ensure continued US military support and strong ties with Washington, which sounds like, very interesting. Only the victory of Karol Nawrocki, the conservative candidate, would ensure continued US military support. So what will happen if Trzaskowski wins? Will the US withdraw troops from Poland? First of all, okay, I consider this sort of thing a meddling into Polish elections. This is borderline meddling into Polish elections when a US politician says, you know what? If this candidate wins, then I'm not sure if the US will continue military support and ties with Poland. Actually, you know, maybe if our favorite candidate will not win, then maybe we'll just withdraw all troops from Poland. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? This is, I'm sorry, I count that as meddling, but maybe I'm just ignorant. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. In my opinion, it is. I don't care. In what a market a rare foray by a top US official into the Polish presidential race, Noem launched a blistering attack on Nawrocki's rival, the pro-EU centrist Rafał Trzaskowski, calling him an absolute train wreck of a leader. Noem's vocal endorsement of Nawrocki came at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, in Rzeszów, southeastern Poland, on Tuesday, just days before the runoff. Yeah, we're gonna be voting this Sunday. The National Conservative Nawrocki, backed by Poland's main right-wing opposition Law and Justice Party, which has very close ties to the MAGA movement, and the liberal mayor of Warsaw, Trzaskowski, supported by the ruling centrists, advanced to the second round after no candidate secured the required majority in the first vote last week. There you go. This is interesting. Speaking at the inaugural CPAC Poland conference, Noem backed Nawrocki as the only candidate who would ensure Poland will continue to have a US military presence and enjoy close ties with the administration of Donald Trump. I just had the opportunity to meet with Karol. He needs to be the next president of Poland. Oh, she then warned that a vote for Trzaskowski would mean he would take all of that protection away from you, which sounds like a threat, but what do I know? If you elect a leader that will work with President Donald Trump, the Polish people will have an ally. You will continue to have the US presence here, a military presence, and you will have equipment that is American made. And now this says that Joe Biden increased the number of US troops to 10,000. However, concerns have risen recently that Trump, who has urged Europe to take more responsibility for its own defense, might push to reduce the US military footprint in the region. And backing Europe's nationalist surge. Noem is a divisive figure, not least because of her hardline immigration views. She has been embroiled in a number of controversies, including accusations that she fabricated a meeting with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. She was once touted as one of the favorites to be Trump's vice presidential running mate, but her chances shrank after she admitted in a memoir that she had shot her 14-month-old dog, Cricket, which she hated after concluding it was untrainable. Wow. Okay, so we got a psycho here. In other words, we got a... Okay. Amazing. What an amazing Homeland Security chief. My dog misbehaved, so I just shot my dog, I guess. Makes perfect sense to me. Nawrocki, who met Trump in Oval Office earlier this month, pledged to keep strong ties. The right-wing candidate has accused Trzaskowski of trying to implement EU migration policies at Poland's expense. And that's basically it. The United States is openly endorsing a far-right candidate and is pushing for... Yeah, she's that puppy murderer. Let's be honest, the United States backing Nawrocki is basically backing division in Europe as well, because Nawrocki is a very strong anti-European Union candidate. So, interestingly enough, that is the foreign interest that Manson has mentioned in his whole spiel about not liking presidential candidates accepting foreign endorsement, because in this case the US interest is to divide Europe and to keep it weaker. That is at least one possible US interest that can be gathered from this endorsement. She did a photo shoot in front of those El Salvador victims. Interesting. All right, so we have done a topic 1, topic 2. I feel like, how long have we been streaming? We have been streaming for, 4 hours, 35 minutes. So I guess I'm gonna end for tonight. Thank you all for being here. We have done a nice translation. We have done an important topic. We have done, I guess, a Polish presidential election stream. I'm gonna see you tomorrow when we will do different topics, hopefully, unless something really wild comes out about Nawrocki, and then we'll, I guess, revisit the topic. We're gonna be raiding into somebody. We're probably gonna be raiding Vegcom again. Okay, thank you. Hey, finish.